Everybody roughly remember where we are and what we were doing?
Continuing on to the final stages.
Getting murder.
Yep. You defeated the Warden Automaton. Tibbs is still in KO status.
That's okay. KO but not dying.
As I recall, he did stabilize himself.
Okay.
Because he just blew a shit ton of hit die.
Well, this is unfortunate.
So, what would you like to do now?
Very proficient, though. Guess we'll have to expend some energy. Or, I believe our bag of holding has potions.
Well, you should have access to it.
Loot crates. They loot. Oh, we have trade goods apparently. There we go, potions. I will use a... Is that really the lowest one we have?
You should have, at least at one point, you had normal potions. I don't know if you have used them all.
Under potions, I see Supreme and Superior.
Well, that doesn't necessarily mean you guys didn't screw up the organization. Because at one point you had, like, the barrel of healing potions.
Yeah, but I thought that was primarily used at the at one of the
Let's see,
places I was really
sick.
sick.
I see 11 normal potions, 3 poultices of healing, 16 greater healing potions. They're at the end of the potions section.
Superior mana. Oh, okay. I will use I thought they would be up there with the rest.
Like I said, whoever's been putting them in here has not been trying to keep things organized.
I will administer a trait healing potion.
Okay. So
And I'll mark that off.
that is 8 HP to Tibbs, which brings you back to consciousness. Now, things are currently quiet, so you may take a short rest if you are so inclined.
Which are on the world map, by the way.
I just want to put you guys on the... No, I did not.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask. You're here for reasons.
No, I thought I had transferred you.
No. It looks as if it's just you and me. The great draconic magician appears to be out of it.
You said so.
It seems just to be you and me. The great draconic magician seems to be out of it. Given our conditions, I suggest we recover and then move on to continue adventuring what's left of the Tome of the Arturian Knights.
I can't exactly say that I'm against that concept. Mostly if as you can see, no room, must have no motion to shut monsters to continue on.
Well, I'm in rather poor condition myself, though I believe you have the healing potential in you for both of us. And perhaps the three of us, depending on how Kenshi is doing.
If I know Kenshi shouldn't be in that bad a shape.
Only because of the limit breaks that got dropped. I say he was pretty banged up. So, what you guys doing?
Here, Wayne. How bad off are you? How bad off are you, Kenshi?
Kenshi is at 204 of 248.
Okay, so you're fine.
Again, thanks to whoever dropped a limit break in the last fight.
Yeah, I dropped the resistance to damage.
I could certainly use your divine healing.
No. How much? A lot or a little?
Let's go with a lot.
Clear.
I'm at 1 HP.
That's it. You are both at single digit.
I'm at 1 HP.
Okay. And what's your restrictions?
223.
Okay, so technically that was still good last time. Okay. Okay. That's third. Okay. That's 2. That's 5. Okay. Go case. Head. Around this. 209 through.
Well, that certainly sounds useful.
I guess we could divide it by 3.
Well, you two take what you need, and Kenshi will take whatever's left.
No. That's individually custom already.
Oh,
Ah,
Everyone gets it.
what spell is that?
Not just Christmas.
Oh, okay.
I use chance healing and drop shield. We have the time for it, so I'm going to go ahead and use both. I never actually get a chance to use chance healing because it takes a minute.
well, we aren't exactly in a rush.
Yeah. That's why I was like, chance healing usually takes a minute, so it's nothing I can really do there's nothing I can really do in combat. And plus, if I have enough time, then usually I'll do drop shield. But drop shield, I know I'm saying it only recovers 140 hit points, but that's considering you're at 140 times, you go up to a little more than half.
Yeah.
And so it'll put me pretty much back to normal, but 140 hit points pretty much puts me like slightly below my maximum.
Gotcha.
For the rest of you, yeah. So I was like, chance of healing, 40-12 plus spell casting ability modifier. So it becomes 40-12 maximized, plus 3, plus 5, plus 2. That's plus 48 plus 10. Yeah, so 58, 100 again.
Okay.
Yeah, so all of that health was 12 times 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 5 plus 4 plus 2 plus 5 plus 140. I love the fact that I don't have to do math anymore.
So,
dice roll.
what's Tibbs' AC? Like generally, like assume,
So plus 10.
Oh, plus 10? Okay. I believe Kenshi's is like plus 11.
Kenshi, at this point in the campaign, is plus 14.
Holy shit. Okay. That's fine.
I mean, he gets hit semi-regularly. It's not.
Okay, in which case this will not be needed for you guys. I'll just do it from here.
Okay.
Well, given the power of things here.
For the moment, it appears quiet. You don't hear the sounds of any other automaton moving in the dark. Obviously not a guarantee, but
Yeah. With a rather simple movement around Kodo will appear a shimmering, somewhat glowy. Doesn't actually produce light, but somewhat glowing or standout flowing of robes around him, mage armor 9th level.
okay. You have awesome armor of the mages.
I guess I'll join Kenshi down here.
Okay.
So,
Moving back down to those large chambers,
yeah.
as you are coming out of the hallway to your right, so the area marked 9, map left, character right.
Alright.
You will see what Craven Kenshi saw earlier, the stash of ancient warjacks and other automata that are standing disabled. And Area 10 is a chamber lined with rows and rows of wagons, some of them tilted and broken. The front portion of this chamber houses a wide table carved from the very stone of the room, with the symbol of the Legion carved into its surface. Behind the last row of wagons to your right, something is metallic, is reflecting in the light sources being provided by Kenshi's sword. It appears to be, a area, combination meeting and storage,
Okay.
or perhaps design planning and storage.
And there was glints of light off of something metallic?
And off to the side in that area, yeah.
Let's just move here to start bringing I'm kind of closer to over here. Can I mage hand it?
Okay, moving over there. See, as you move closer, you're able to make out as you're making your way through the wagons with how their coverings have deteriorated and stuff. You'll see countless leather pouches and half-open chests containing pouches, coin, and gold. This appears to be the amassed treasury of the wardens.
Well,
There are several, chests between the chests and the pouches scattered about. You go to mage hand one of the pouches. It's too heavy for your mage hand, but it appears to be it's a decent-sized sack or pouch rather, that you would estimate that it would probably hold somewhere in the neighborhood of 100 to 200 gold pieces per pouch. And there's like chests of these in the different wagons.
And here I thought they were just protecting their honored dead.
Could be that protecting their honored dead and their war chest. It could be one of those things of they felt the dead earned the cash, so they're sending it off with them. You know more about their traditions than I do.
What role would that be?
I could definitely history. Yeah, probably history. I can't think of another thing though. That Arcana possibly, but history makes more sense. On a history roll, your guess is it's probably more of an honorary thing. It's like they earned the coin, but they died in service, so they're still getting the payout.
The live stream.
So it's their share, as it were.
The live stream has no need for tithes, bribes, or currency of any kind.
You also know the possibility, though highly unlikely, that the coin could have been left there by somebody else.
Yeah. Well, I presume the easy way to tell would be to look at the coin and see what its mint is.
Well, I mean, the mint is of the period, but I mean, it could, you believe with that roll that the most likely is that they left it there as an honorary thing, but it could have been left there by the people who dug the tomb, for example, or you've seen other skeletons on the way in. It could have been somehow tied to them, but most likely it was the wardens honoring their dead by leaving their share. perhaps as a tithe to whatever god they, the dead may have followed. I'm sorry. All right, you were saying live stream.
Oh yeah, has no need for tithe, bribe, or currency. Man, I do kind of wish Eric was able to make it. Okay. Well, I do think we could use this. Sorry, I was expecting someone to say something. Okay.
Hi, I'm the GM. I have no say in this decision. So that's between you and Brian. As I do want to take the hoard of cash you have found here.
That is quite possibly the posthumous gift to the what was it, Legion of the Lost Dead?
Legion of the Lost Souls.
Lost Souls. I was really close. Yeah, so far all Kodo has said is this is something we can make use of. Like, clearly looking at the stash of gold items and such.
Currently there's enough here to fill 3 wagons.
Tibbs, let's see, so do we know the money? You said we don't know whether the money is left here for the honored dead.
That's the current theory.
Kodo's theory, based on that role, is that they were left here, to honor, that it was payment for the ones who fell.
Yes.
It's like they died, but they still completed the job, so they were still given the payment, and they just left it in the tomb. And say there are several wagons full of chests, filled with with gold and jewels.
Okay. So it's effectively their culture. So potentially their culture to have paid those who have fallen, and to just to who have done their job but have fallen.
Yeah, they left their share of the payment for a successful mission with the body.
Okay.
Because it was still earned. So.
Okay. Are the bodies still here?
You have not gotten to the tomb proper yet. This is again to the area marked 9 is where they were storing the automata, and the area that you are standing in, area 10, appears to have been a treasury. The actual burial hall is further in.
Okay. In which case, Tibbs would kind of go with the idea. Tibbs is not opposed if the crew wants to take it. This isn't exactly a treasure that he is particularly for or against taking. So it's like, if you say that we can make use of it, by all means. He came out and said Tibbs does believe that, it's like, hey, the dead can use money anyway, but at the same time, it's like, well, if this is their customary ritual, then, who am I to say that, they shouldn't keep it? But, so he's kind of caught in a bit of conflict in the middle. But so it's like, if someone else, he's like, he can't justify taking it himself, but if someone else does not have the same moral conundrum, then he's like, by all means.
Well, I have no love for the Arturian Knights.
Okay. Like to say, he's like, that money could go towards, helping the living and those who are still alive. But at the same time, it's like, at the same time, I prefer, personally, I wouldn't, stop all of their customs and traditions. Just to be like, oh, yeah, this could help people, so fuck your traditions. But if you guys can, justify taking it in, it's like, it's kind of like two, it's kind of like, wanting to do two things and can't bring yourself to do either, because you might end up trampling on the other.
Kodo, with that role, based on your own experiences, you would also know that given what you are about to do to the city, they may not be opposed to they possibly would not have been opposed to using that funding to help rebuild in the aftermath of what's about to happen.
Because my thought was, and I was going to in fact say, we could use this to fortify places of interest.
Yeah. I'd say if there is a greater cause that money is needed for, they would not be opposed. Which feeds into what Tibbs was saying. That said, if you are taking it, how are you going to take it? Because again, that's enough for 3 wagons. So I assume you have some trick up your sleeve for that.
Yes.
Stuff it in the portal.
I have in my notes under treasure in my bag here, have created the Demi Plate of Loot 2, the Arturian Knight Tome of Lost Souls.
Boogaloo. Okay, well, add 47,000 gold to the loot crate.
Oh, okay, the loot crate specifically, not my normal mention.
Well, wherever the hell you're tracking the stuff that you guys keep.
1,000 GP, okay.
Yes, 473000.
Nice. Oh, that does remind me, Demi Plate of Loot 1 does have Elven Powder, the Purple Worm Corpse from a while back. Some sort of fat iron key. There's a couple things actually. That's some necromantic papers that are worth a lot.
Yeah, you guys never try to sell anything.
Okay, how long would you say that would take?
If you're just opening a portal and dropping stuff in, depending on how you're opening depending on whether you're opening the portal under it or actually loading stuff into it, 10 minutes.
Okay. I guess I'm having to track a concentration spell. That's what
Yeah.
I was asking. Okay. Speaking of, that should not have required concentration. Nope. Hell, with my abilities, I don't even need to say anything. I just open it. Okay. Okay. You said also that there was a that in Area 9 there were like some automata.
That's several of the automata that you fought before, but they appear disabled.
Okay.
Either due to age, lack of maintenance. Damage they sustained, just with this place coming apart.
Okay. I will, if I could, I would want to take one of the old gears and just pocket it.
Shouldn't be too hard. You can take it from the ones you beat the shit out of.
Okay.
And they may have self-scuttled, but something like a gear you can probably get no problem.
Yes, I am doing the pebble thing. I think it's a little silly, but that's how the universe works.
Mm.
Like, you can't just make a magical anchor in a timely fashion.
Oh, no, you can't teleport in here anyway.
True. Though I think conceivably I could probably teleport to the entryway.
Conceivably, yeah, I could see that.
Okay.
So, do you venture further into the tomb, or do you say, fuck this, and...
Actually, given what it is that we're to be encountering, there's no doubt there'll be more of those
You feeling brave tonight?
disruption golems. Do the two of you feel ready?
Oh,
As ready as I can be.
I slash things, so yes.
Okay. I'll also cast mirror image on myself, which should not be concentration. Nope, it's not. And I will add the meta magic to double its duration. I will. Where is it? I will also cast save point.
Okay. Now you've got a save point.
And instead of looking through my giant spell list, I will. There's 6. Takes 10 minutes. Okay. I don't need to spend. Okay. I will take 10 minutes. Oh, I have levels of exhaustion. I will. I will take 10 minutes, and what I would like to do is basically sit in a meditation with being enveloped in my foxfire for about 10 minutes to cast contingency.
Okay.
Upon reaching 1 HP, a level 5 Cure Wounds is applied to myself.
Okay.
Watch me be completely over-prepping. Because unfortunately, one of the places of save point is if I go down, the save point destabilizes and can't be used. So, also, actually, I have to make a thing for it. If I am the only one remaining of the active party.
Okay.
Okay. 10. I'll need a recast. Okay. That should have been apple time for everyone. I say we continue on.
Alright. Who's taking point?
I'll go back to take a point. Kenshi, did you ever... Must have said right. I'll ask Kodo, Kodo, are you aware of how many of those sentries are around, or were around?
Ooh, does Kodo know about the Demetrium component?
Make me an Arcana check. What are you wanting to know?
If he's aware that those magic disruption golems needed Demetrium as a component.
You would be aware their weapons were probably composed of, yeah.
Okay. It depends on how much Demetrium that they had access to back in their days of power. There were a number of them, a large number of them, but that was long ago. I would assume that there would be at least 3 more left in here as defenses.
I'm going to refrain from activating Death Ward because refrain from using Death Ward with a super persistent.
Okay. So you may take a movement. Now, since we're not in combat time at the moment, you can even take a double movement if you want. Unless you're being stealthy, then it's just a normal movement.
Go ahead and search. Thing, walk, and not dice, and walk and search.
And so remember, these are 10-foot squares. Yeah, given the situation, you can take your full movement, and still be stealthy. So, if you're, so ignore the 10-foot squares for the moment, and just move the number of squares you would move appropriately.
Okay.
So I'm not sure what Tibbs' move is at the moment.
Still 40.
So, okay, 40. So that would be you can move 8 squares.
Move over there. I'm going to... Alright, I'm just going to use my stunt points to... Much to do, but... Speedy search.
Okay. As you make your way into this chamber, you see that something in the past has clearly done massive damage to this colossal hull. The hull itself is lined with the remnants of more than one row of columns, but very few of these said columns are still intact. The area itself is littered with the fallen pillars and the vast multitude of shattered rock receding into the darkness. And the entire hull is slanting precariously downward. Much of the rock and ceiling is draped with the mass of a mass of sticky spider webs. As you descend warily into this enormous hall, walking amid the rubble and casting your light source about, you notice all of the walls in this chamber are covered in an enormous fresco depicting the fall of the Legion, the march to the tomb, and their subsequent internment. The rubble-strewn surface angles downward, however, and you note the reason for this. Breaks extend the entire width of the hall. The first rift, which you can see ahead of you, appears to be somewhat manageable, perhaps dropping the chamber a little more than 5 feet. But in the gloom ahead of you, you can make out what appears to be a second rift that seems to drop off far more precariously into darkness.
So curious drop.
Yep. At the far end of the chamber, not where the one in front of you is maybe 5 feet. And I'd say the first drop is right about here.
Gotcha. Okay. Let's see. Is not any lantern revealed showing anything otherwise?
Currently, it is not revealing anything invisible or otherwise.
Okay. I will give myself, let Toto and Kenshi know what I'm coming across over here. It's like, yeah, there's a mural. There's a mural of of these people that you used to know. And effectively, their death march here.
You said the lantern is revealing?
It's also a pretty heavy drop, pretty hefty drop off and some spot items.
Okay, I'll enter the area. I know the foundation has shifted. Huh. Or someone dislikes likes them nearly as much as I do. Also, if we get close enough, I can establish a link between each of us again, so you don't need to worry about our words being consumed by tumbling rock, battle, anything like that. You said we're still in combat move?
You can take your normal movement in squares because it's not combat time, but...
Okay.
So ignore the 10-foot squares. You're just doing normal, divide your movement into into squares, and
Okay. Cool.
so 6 squares for normal movement.
Yeah. Can I look around and see what could have caused the kind of structural damage that's going on here?
Sure.
I think that would be an investigation.
Yeah. You're not 100%, obviously, but it appears to have been a seismic event, but based on how it is primarily focused on, and you've seen evidence of said seismic event throughout the chamber, throughout the tomb, but judging from what you're seeing in here specifically, this seems to have been near the epicenter of the seismic event, which leads you to believe that it was probably some kind of artificially induced event. So something was either trying to crack the tomb to get inside it, or something went off inside the tomb and came out and then rippled outwards.
Do I recall any any large seismic activities? Say, I'm guessing when this was built, so 2,000-ish years ago. Like, would it have been something that would have rippled through the continent? Or?
No. Looking at this again, this was probably localized.
Okay.
So maybe the mountain region specifically, perhaps. But considering again, it appears to be artificial. You're inclined to say probably something specifically in this tomb. Either somebody was again trying to crack it from the outside with some kind of earthquake spell or something, or again something detonated inside the tomb and caused an earthquake-like effect.
So I either broke in or something tried to break out. Though this, I would guess maybe one of their mechanical, one of their magic monstrosities could have gone haywire. Tibbs, do you need any further protection before scouting forward?
No, should be just fine.
Okay. Could people gather on me for a moment?
Okay.
I believe you're relatively gathered.
Yeah, but the range of this is going to be... The range of initial cast is like 10 feet.
Ah.
So...
And we'll move all you up to Tibbs then. I guess I'll get Cortana's open. That.
Okay, I was wondering that. Okay. Let me just double check it. I'm spending the correct amount of mana for this. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, I'm casting the telepathic bond. I'm extending its duration to 2 hours.
Okay. And with the conclusion of that, you all can take another movement phase if you like.
Okay, let's have Tibbs go first. Though I will go over here just to take some cover.
Ooh, horse. Bigger than I must have given them. I'll take the upper hand.
Okay.
And add that to each position. Alright, so this is a drop off.
I say there's a line going across the chamber. That's the drop. Yeah. Again, it's that one is about 5 feet.
Anything on the other side?
Again, that one is only about a 5-foot drop. It goes deeper into the chamber, but the floor is fallen about 5 feet.
And we have a section here.
Yeah, I'd say the really big drop is all the way down here at the end of the chamber.
So, alright. So it's a 5-foot drop right here.
Yeah, that's only a 5-foot drop.
And that's enough to cause like
Go ahead
10
and do
feet.
that 5-foot drop.
Yep. And as you can see,
That's effectively yeah.
as you can see, lots of rubble, a couple of doorways.
Okay.
So GM thing.
I'll communicate back to them what I'm seeing.
Okay.
one of these side chambers.
I haven't gotten over there yet.
Oh, that's level 2. That's awesome. Okay.
I'm right here.
Right.
Did
All
you
right.
say something?
Which of the
You guys can take another movement. Just pick which direction you're going.
And you mentioned this chamber over here.
yeah? There's also a chamber to the west.
I did not check that one. I can check it in a moment. So this door.
Okay.
There
Check
could
the door.
there could be defenses on the other side.
Sure. And I will check the door, because I only take half damage from traps anyway, whereas you get murdered by them.
I am going to ready Vortex Warp.
Okay. Okay. You do not notice any traps. The door does appear to be locked, however, like the previous doors. So you will need to make a Thieves' Tools check.
Okay. Is the door locked?
That's what I said, it's locked, yeah.
Okay, I do not have these tools. I'm just good with traps. Good with traps, not good with locks. I'm gonna look over like Kendrick. Use your Black Panther magic.
He's not black or a panther, but okay.
Don't you turn into a Black Panther?
Why do you keep thinking... he turns into a... I tell you this every session! No, he is not!
I keep swearing I've seen you turn into a black cat.
The token is a panther, but but I dyed it red because...
I was like, why did you keep taking it? At some point you used a black cat for a token.
He can turn into a black house cat.
That's what I'm thinking. Okay. I'll say, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking of the panther and the black house cat, and I'm just mixing them both together.
I'd say the token is a panther, but that's just because I don't have a token that actually looks like what he's supposed to be. Huh, normally that works. Why doesn't that work?
No, because you didn't use the you didn't use full parentheses.
Oh, that's not parentheses. That's that weird pointy thing that thinks it's a parentheses. Again, not a panther.
So that's what you're supposed to look like.
That's his animal form, yeah. Same as every other time I've posted it for you.
Okay. I have no fucking clue what that is.
I have no idea what type of cat it is either.
It's like, what am I? I'm a kitsune. What am I? Dual-tailed lynx wolf thing.
I think that's what's supposed to be as a lynx. I'm not sure.
I know what Kenchi's yokai type is.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay, opening, he is able to get past the lock on that door. As you push the heavy stone doors open, you find that this vault appears to be untouched by the despicable spiders, due to, as you can tell by the lack of living, or any of the damage this place has sustained. The vault is lined with decorative catafalques.
I'm not familiar with that one.
Neither am I.
Right, so you said this room seems relatively untouched.
Hang on.
One moment.
As I'm reading the description. Catafalque. A decorated wooded framework supporting the coffin of a distinguished person during a funeral or while in a lying state. Okay, so decorative alcoves.
Man, the people who wrote this were like, let me pull out my old-timey thesaurus.
And you see an armored soldier resting upon most of them. However, the damage that the tomb has sustained over the years has unceremoniously dumped more than 100 of them out onto the floor proper. But for the most part, the Legion in this chamber does appear to be intact and resting peacefully.
Well, their stewardship has been grand indeed.
You would guesstimate that there's probably more than 1,000 bodies entombed here. In this one chamber.
One would presume the one to the west would be similar.
Well, if you move that way, I can tell. That's it. They're all clad in fine armor, clutch a variety of weapons to their chests. Okay. Yep. That's it for that chamber. Unless you decide to poke something.
So that's what we get from searching it, or from...
That's what you see.
Okay. I will go in there. Oh wow, that's actually pretty good.
Okay, entering the chamber and moving about. You estimate that there are roughly 1,200 ancient corpses in here. Again, all clad in fine armor, clutching a variety of weapons. You find a plaque above the door which reads the Iron Wolf Company, Division 14. And you find stone plaques at the foot of each soldier bearing their name, rank, and in some cases additional comments, that one would be, traditionally find on grave markers. But nothing out of the ordinary for a place like this.
Okay. So basically just run of dead people.
Yep, it's a hall of dead people. And was anybody checking the one across the hall, or?
I will ask Ketch to come with me, and we can check the one across the hall as well.
Can I see above whatever this ruins part is right here?
No, that's a fallen pillar. That is taller than you.
Could I hop on top of it?
You could. I believe with the way vision blocking works, you should even be able to do that in sea stuff. Because it's using the new fancy vision blocking. Yeah. Or at least when I do control L on, I can see past stuff when you're up there.
Alright. Where's... He's over there.
Coming across the way to this door. Okay, this door has collapsed. Peering inside the chamber. I'm sorry, the text block tells you what you are feeling. Take it with a grain of salt. Okay. Read aloud. You cannot help but feel crestfallen. With all of Corvus depending on you, this is certainly not what you expected to find. The large vault is lined with undoubtedly 1,000 granite biers, but the soldiers lying upon them are devastated. They are dried out, broken husks. Some have tumbled from their stone resting places, and many are encased fully or partially in a shroud of webbing. It appears that at least the Legion of Lost Souls in this chamber has been ruined beyond redemption.
Oh, okay.
As you see more than 1,000 desiccated husks sprawled in awkward positions on the floor, hanging over overturned slabs. Webbing everywhere. Okay. What now?
Well, it doesn't look particularly good for them. Anything of use, Tibbs?
I'll travel in.
I will need a acrobatics check to navigate your way through the webbing.
Oof, webbing.
Okay, you are able to mostly get through. You get your paws caught in a couple places, feel some tugging, and as a result, you begin to hear chittering and skittering coming from high up in the ceiling. You seem to have gotten something's attention.
Okay, well, there's something in here. I believe there's more spiders.
So, given what we've faced so far, I suggest coming back to the main hallway so there'll be more room to maneuver.
Will do. Shuffle back up.
Another acrobatics check then. Say, acrobatics check to make your way back out. Okay. You are able to make your way back out, but you are covered in, various tufts of webbing. And the sound from inside intensifies. However, it does not appear to be in pursuit, or at least not at this moment.
Okay. Going to ready my gun.
Could we not simply just close the doors?
The doors have fallen and collapsed. They are not. They are not attached.
Could we simply not mount them back?
You got a way of lifting giant stone doors and reattaching them? I mean, you might. I don't know. You got a lot of spells. But...
If I were to give up my armor, yes. However, there might be an alternative.
Go, web, go.
Okay. But this is stone, though. Dirt, sand, or clay?
This is stone.
Oh, but this cantrip version encompasses the idea of stone. Oh, but it's a 5-foot cube, and these are 10-foot squares. Concentration. 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 Oh, you can't do any of that. Well, shoot! I thought I had an easy and elegant solution. That's cool. Well. They don't appear to be getting any closer then?
If you are not advancing into the chamber, you hear the sound of movement and skittering in there for a few minutes, and then it dies down.
Okay. If there's nothing we need in there, then we can deal with them later if they decide to interfere.
Advancing further into the chamber, you notice the very precarious drop that I mentioned previously.
Yep.
Yeah, that's just within your radius. Yep.
Back down here. And then there's a pretty deep drop off right here, right?
Yep, that's the, that was weird. Hang on. I will double check, but I believe that's a 20-footer. Yeah, it is a 20-foot drop. Yep, that thing again. Okay. Oh, good. It corrected itself somehow.
Right. And I kind of look back at my Patriots and be like, well, do foxes land on me?
Only slightly less often than cats do. And we'll approach. How deep is this?
It's about 20 foot, estimates 20-foot drop.
Is there any denotion of, oh no, that was kind of answered from before, never mind. Okay. Is there anything that you're seeing that I'm not? Just looks like more destruction from the quake to me.
Let me see if I do see something that you don't see. Seems legit.
That's it. You see a 20.
The die said 6, but then it's like, no, you rolled 1 or something.
And so you see a 20-foot drop. The hull on the opposite side of the drop is at a severe downward angle. And the trek towards it looks incredibly precarious. It will require an acrobatics check or a dex save to make it over there. From your position, you can make out vaguely stuff that might be webbing in the distance. You know, it's just at the edge of your light, so you're not entirely sure. Or your dark vision, or whatever you want to, whatever source of perception you are using.
A blue flicker of light will appear as I summon a foxfire.
Okay.
Oh, I'll look down at the fiery fox. Oh. Why don't you go over there and give us something to see by?
Is that supposed to be 11 feet? Pretty sure that's...
Okay. And let me just...
Yeah. No, that's 11 feet.
Oh, man, it's crappy when that happens. It's like, what room do I need to reference?
D. Okay, that's a D. Well, in this case, there's a token over it. So, not that it matters, because 11D has the same description. Like as with the previous chamber you looked in, due to the fact that this area has collapsed, while this had once been a crypt, any bodies that are left in here are badly damaged and beyond any help you might be able to provide.
Okay.
It's hard to estimate how many were in this chamber, but based on the previous two, again, probably somewhere in the neighborhood of a little over 1,000. And as your foxfire proceeds a little deeper in there, again, you see lots of webbing.
Okay. Okay, use your bonus action to move the flames. Okay. Okay, that's what I wanted to double check. I was pretty sure. Okay. Okay, over here in this area, is there any illumination of like a shaft or anything?
No. Again, it appears to have just been a collapsed version of the previous two chambers. We're getting some echo from your TV again.
Sorry.
No problem. Just letting you know.
Well, I do believe the agreement with Kalina was to make access.
Let's clear the way and confirm there was stuff down there that you guys could actually use.
Well, we certainly have the souls. The Terra Knights can finally make themselves useful after 2,000 years.
Does 2,000? That was only 1,000.
Well, he's older than that, so...
Well, yes, but I mean in terms of the Warden, when the Wardens came about and when they took your ass down, I thought that was 1,000.
I don't actually have the exact date in my head, I was just saying a year.
Yeah, okay.
I didn't have to rewrite his being demeaning towards them.
Because I want to say God Thing Kodo coincided with the first campaign, that's why I was thinking 1,000.
I want to say I was somewhat... I think I was semi-nebulous about the time, but that doesn't matter. But I mean, if we're really concerned, we can look.
Yeah. Anyway.
Okay. Now, if we're supposed to clear this out, I believe the only indication so far was the western chamber. Though I do think Kalina can handle a few, assuming that they're like the other ones that got us in here earlier, a few phase spiders.
As you say that, a lot of you hear the sound of what sounds like high heels on stone approaching.
Refreshing that.
From behind?
Yeah, coming from behind, coming from the entrance to the entryway that you guys used to get in here.
I will turn around.
Okay.
And have the Foxfire reappear next to me.
I'm keeping an eye in front because I feel like the moment I turn around, bullshit's gonna happen. It's gonna come from this way. I'm like, let me know what you see. Keep an eye over here.
As you turn, readying yourselves for battle, coming out of the gloom.
That's what I figured.
It's like, I must admit, I'm impressed. I wasn't actually certain you would be able to get in here.
It was only a mild amount of trouble.
Mild amount of trouble from the arguably best spellcasters the Republic has ever turned out.
I died. That was fun.
You died?
He got better.
I got better.
I remind Brian, technically he didn't die, he was just unconscious, but...
He wants to pump up the situation.
I'm not disputing that, I'm just... There have been enough misinterpretations I want to correct. It's like, hey, you made all your death saves, you did not die.
Like, I got hit a whole bunch of times, everything went black, and I wake up, and it's like, oh, it's okay.
So...
Is
there anything of use here that we could actually work with?
Souls to the east, and provided that this destruction covering ones that we can't see is still intact, even more.
There's some spiders back here, in that room to back behind you to your left. With the doors missing, there were spider webs and chittering noise in there. I would not recommend going in there. Not exactly certain how dangerous they are, but I mean, technically it's you. I don't foresee you having any sort of actual problems.
Yes, you'd think the Eternal Knights would have kept this place a bit more tidy.
Time and apparent mass destruction does have a way of affecting that sort of thing. Oh,
So how have you been, little lady?
well, it's only been, 3-4 days since you've seen me. I've been busy. It appears the chambers I can see are not of any use to us. They're too badly damaged.
To be clear, when I said east, I was referring to...
You also indicated the other chambers. That's why I had to take a look. So, if you will hand over the sword, I can get to work.
Very well, then. I guess sword in the stunnet from the, I believe we had it in the bag of holding.
Yeah, you and the bag of holding. Okay, at which point she will move to enter the chamber that is undamaged.
I will follow.
Okay. I presume Tibbs will follow as well. As she enters the chamber, she unsheathes the black-bladed weapon, dropping the scabbard to the floor. With both of... that's awkward phrasing. With both of her hands, she raises the blade above her head and closes her eyes. Immediately, the weapon begins to hiss with necromantic force, and strands of pale yellow lightning crackle the length of it. Her lips move in silent incantation as she suddenly jerks her head back, her hair dancing with cascading energy. In fact, all of you also feel your own hair are beginning to stand on end. Looking around, you see that all of your hair is matching the wild whipping action of hers. The very air itself seems to bristle about you. And then in an instant, there's a crackling crash, and the lightning is gone. There's a horrible moment of silence where you fear that all of this may have been for naught. And then the Legion begins to stir. At first a leg twitching, then an soldier's arm shoots out. A skeletal hand grabbing at the air, and within moments some of them begin to sit up and others actually stand. Slowly, Kalina lowers the witchfire. The lightning that once danced across the blade is now simply a mild sparkle. But before you stands the Legion of Lost Souls, standing at full attention. Eye sockets inside their T-shaped helms now aglow like trim green flames.
So all David heard was,
True.
"They live again!"
Oh, that was fancy.
Quite.
And you feel that you can control all of them.
As long as I have the weapon, yes.
Assuming that your confidence is not misplaced in the blade, then
Well, if you have a better plan, I'm all ears. I thought so. And she'll begin directing the, the shambling corpses, as you see them several of them making their way back down the hall, and it looks like they are actually starting to work on the damaged automatons.
I thought we were just here for an army of souls and not their machinations.
We're here for an army. I had no idea they actually had those down here. I'm not going to let them go to waste. These bodies actually possess the knowledge of their former selves, so if they know how to get them up and running.
I don't trust them, and you shouldn't either.
Well, at least we know that they're effective.
Yes, they are more than shambling skeletons, zombies, and ghouls.
Well, I meant the automatons, but...
Sources of oppression, though I suppose that is dependent on perspective. But in any case, so we have the army, or rather we will. Are they informing you as to how long this process will take?
She'll take a moment and move over to one of the ones that seems to be more officer type. Best near as you can tell, that if they're conversing, it would be telepathically because you're not seeing.
Right.
Well, according to the commander, they can work on these in transit, but it's probably going to take easily the rest of the day to get them and all of their equipment out of here, as they're going to have to rig some kind of lift system.
As David recalls, our airship transit has already departed. Okay.
Yeah.
I take it then, Kalina, the manner that you got here is the same that we're going to be leaving with this force.
I used the teleportation spell to get here. While I do have another scroll to teleport myself back, I do not have the necessary power to move a force this size. I'm not sure anybody does on their own. Normally when the armies are moved by that method, it takes a contingent of sorcerers.
Oh, you have one right here.
You count as a whole contingent.
Well, if you want to put a number to it.
Well, either way, we'll have to wait till we're outside. As teleportation magic seems to be blocked within the confines of the tomb.
Yes, unfortunately.
You say unfortunately, I say quite fortunate, because if it was not blocked, this army would not have been here for us to find in the first place.
But how large are the automaton?
Good 20, 25 feet tall. They were, I believe they're considered huge creatures.
Let me see.
That's it. Tristan's kind of curious how you're planning on moving roughly 1,300 units.
I have a few thoughts. I'm just looking over my ability to do so.
While he's looking over that, the rest of you are noticing that as they are moving about, They seem to be far better, behaving far better than any of the undead thralls you have seen up to this point. In every fashion, they appear to be acting as a well-disciplined military unit, not a mindless horde of zombies. Nor are they portraying any signs of unholy appetite or interest in, anything an undead typically shows interest in doing. For all intents and purposes, they appear to be behaving as they would have in life. I like that. Section heading, wrapping up, the march back to Corvus. Purpose, saving the kingdom. The usual stuff.
That kind of works. I wish I could manipulate the size of this. Okay. How small do they get if they crouch?
The automaton?
Yeah.
15 feet, give or take.
Okay.
And they're still huge creatures.
Yeah. And you said it would take pretty much all day?
She believes it'll take the rest of the day to get everything up out that is actually salvageable up out of the tomb.
Okay. So, effectively, we'll be able to get, like, a long rest?
Yeah, they will be ready to leave by the morning. So,
okay.
Yeah, you will get the benefits of a long rest, provided you feel comfortable taking one. And provided you decide to stick around. And provided you decide to stick around as opposed to bamfing out.
Did we figure out what was down here in 11? Down here?
Yeah. Again, that was another collapsed tomb like 11A and 11B. So lots of spider webbing and debris and demolished bodies. At least that's what Koda was able to see from the cliff edge when he sent his little foxfire in to scout.
Oh, cool. And we didn't bother going in here with the little spider thing.
You did not actually go into the room full of spiders, no. You can if you want, but at this point in time, you have not gone in there beyond your initial scouting run. But if you want to mix it up with the spiders, the XP is there if you want it.
Okay. Well, I do believe I have.
Kenshin, do you believe anything? Do you believe anything about? Do you believe spiders to be hiding anything about you?
I
in my
don't-
experience, spiders usually only nest in areas where they believe that food is going to be plentiful.
I was about to say, the only thing I can figure that, I mean, they might have some knickknacks, but it would be the same stuff that, he gestures towards the soldiers. It'd be the same stuff that they're currently packing.
More soldiers, the better.
Well, I mean, from what she said, the bodies are too damaged to be of use.
Yeah, okay. If there's any decent treasure in there, since we're looting the place anyway.
We didn't see any treasure in the one good tomb.
I make a nature check for why spiders would have picked this room in general. It's nice.
Yeah, we can put that under nature.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out why they didn't nest in this room in particular. Wow. I don't even know why I picked nature. I'm dumb. Oops. Sorry.
By nature, I meant my gun.
I was like, nature, yeah, +2. That's Yep.
Probably because it was dark and out of the way place where they could set up ambushes. I mean, you've seen webs just about everywhere you've been in this place.
Yeah.
So it's a good guess that, again, they just set up webs wherever somebody else hadn't set up webs, and they're just waiting for prey to come in.
Gotcha.
Now, given that these are phase spiders, which means they partially hang out in the ethereal plane, they could be finding prey in there too.
That's fair. Which is kind of strange, because they said that dimensional or teleportation-based stuff wasn't working here.
You cannot teleport into or out of the tomb, but you can teleport inside the tomb.
Okay.
It's like a barrier around the structure.
Yeah, it's a barrier to keep things from coming in.
Okay, once you're in, okay. Alright, well, I guess I'm just gonna chill.
Okay.
Take my break.
Taking the mandated break.
I'm taking my union-mandated break.
Yes, the Church of Bahamut does mandated breaks.
Non-union.
Okay. Well, that's nice, because I needed to deal with my mana points anyway.
Okay, so are you guys planning on taking a long rest then?
I am, yes.
Are you doing it down here, or are you heading back up?
I'm okay with doing it, well, they can protect themselves. I'd say the entryway. What do you guys think?
Well, given that you can set up your mansion wherever, I'm down with wherever.
That's what I'm gonna do. Okay. Yeah, I'm okay with setting it up down here, then.
What's Kalina going to be doing?
At the moment, she appears to be finishing up with directing the efforts of the service, directing and supervising the servicemen. While you're having this conversation, at least. What she does after that, well, that's probably decided by what you guys choose to do.
Okay. I'm going to ask Kalina, maybe so, we're heading out in the morning. What will you be doing?
Well, I have to stay close to the army we've created, or else I lose control of them and they turn feral.
So you have to stay awake this whole time?
No, I have to stay near them. However, being of Fey descent, I don't require sleep in the same way you lot do, so I imagine once I am done supervising their current efforts, I will begin making my own preparations for the march back to Corvus.
Okay. But you do need to, I assume, meditate.
Yes, I will need to take my trance at some point.
Okay. Would you like me to watch over you while you do?
She looks around at the undead and is like, I'm pretty sure I'm in no danger.
Well, that's probably the same thing they thought. Now look who's controlling them.
I'm pretty sure they didn't think anything. They were dead.
Yeah, that's the thing. They were alive, then they weren't.
Well, they died in a battle they knew was coming.
But last thing we need is for you to be part of their ranks. You and that nifty little blade are rather important. And if you want to be left alone, I have no problem with that. But I was just offering.
I am not opposed to your company. I'm just saying it's not required. If you have other places to be, I will not be offended.
Not really. I was just worried about your safety, and you still have voices in your head, I assume.
Yes, voices, a lot of you put there.
Sure, we'll stick with that.
They were placed there by your interference, therefore, you put them there.
We could argue that you shouldn't have been doing it in the first place, and then wouldn't have happened. But that's why I was like, we're not going to do that. We had this discussion.
And we agreed to disagree.
Exactly. So, as a compromise for giving you schizophrenia, I was offering to, be a lookout while you zoned out for, whatever amount of time that, your people need to zone out for.
Well, take your rest then, and then come back when you're done, and I'll take mine.
Sounds good.
Okay. So, sounds like you guys are setting up for the long rest.
Yep.
Where are you wishing to take it?
I'm okay with the mansion if you guys are.
You setting it up down here, or are you going back up top to set it up outside?
Kodo would. Oh, I believe Kalina mentioned that when she was through here, she was gonna head up for trance or something. Or did I?
She mentioned that she was intending to take a rest once she was done organizing these guys. She didn't necessarily say when that was going to happen.
Okay.
As that was partially up for debate based on what you guys chose to do.
Okay. In which case, I'm okay with doing it at the entryway.
Okay. So you set up your portal to your magnificent mansion in the entryway. And you are set up for a long rest. I don't know if there's any roleplay you want to do during that period, or...
Well, this mansion will contain a throne room with a throne for which I will sit upon. Is there anything that people wanna talk about or discuss or anything like that?
I hate these. I see why you hate these people.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good. We're in agreement then.
Kenji, look, I'm curious. What did the zombie wardens do to make you hate them?
So, are they the ones responsible for those automatons?
Well, I mean, yeah, they built those automatons, yeah.
Yeah. They say that.
The people who fight mages built, giant robots capable of fighting mages, and suddenly everybody hates them. That tracks.
Oh, no. I must say, I'm not too keen on. But it's built to fight mages, yes. People like this one over here, point towards Coda.
Well,
Like,
yes, they were meant to
built
fight
to
me.
deal with his kind. It's a little irksome, but could be worse. That's
Well, I can certainly appreciate the need for them, given what they were supposedly supposed to be dealing with. I can also appreciate why they felt the need to go clean them up after the fact.
Yes, they're extremely powerful.
And yet, still not as powerful as the stuff that, we saw alluded to in the live stream.
Oh, I believe there are things even more powerful. Yeah. So, concerning the future and a way to move an entire army.
Other than on foot. You implied you had a gimmick.
Yes. However, my concern is having it last long enough to satisfy the army. That being said, a question for Chris.
Mm-hmm.
The standing portal would do what I need, but it has a shit-ass duration.
I believe it's only one turn, right? One round?
It's 1 minute.
Okay.
It's 1 minute, and technically it's not large enough. However, if I combine intensify spell with widen spell, it would shift its tallest dimension to highest of 19 feet, which you said they're like 20-foot standing, so it wouldn't be much to have them actually go through. So the problem really is the duration. How much?
It sounds like you'd have to multicast it. Yeah.
How much? Well, you see, the thing is, I would have to use the intensified class feature to expand it enough for my further expansion to make it tall enough.
Mm-hmm.
So then my question becomes, how much mana would I need to expand its duration past a minute? Because by using intensify spell, I'm already going to be using up on 39 spell points because of how much energy using that class feature consumes. On top of that, using Widen spell, I would be doing it by a further 13.
Can you pop up portal for me?
Okay, so my current plan would be having it cost 52 mana to just get it to be the size that it needs to be.
Okay. And Intensify doubles the duration.
It doubles, technically it doubles everything about it, which is why its dimensions would expand to 10 and 12, and then I would be using a Widen to expand it to 15 and 18, respectively.
So doubled everything, so it doubles it to 2 minutes.
Yeah. And I suppose I could also ask this: if I could perhaps use Arcana to know of some, I don't know, ritual or something to maintain a concentrated spell, essentially, which I assume would mean that I probably couldn't move while it's active. If we wanted to go a little bit more of a narrative skill check.
When extend spell, when you cast a spell that has a duration of 1 minute or longer, you can spend 1 sorcery point to double its duration. Okay, so that would bring you up to 4 minutes.
Yep.
And given how your spells work,
that's what I was asking, yeah.
You could probably layer on extended spell to get the exponential.
Okay, now, yeah, that I know, like, Raw says you can't do that.
Well, but again, because your magic works weird.
Yeah. Okay.
In this instance, given the cinematic nature, I would allow you to layer it on, probably for a hero point, but this could be done as a group effort, so the hero point can come from somebody else. Somebody has to pay a hero point. Okay. And there will probably need to be both an Arcana check and a Constitution check for dealing with the forcing a portal to work beyond its natural limits. Or a Constitution save and an Arcana check.
Okay, and you're looking at the extended spell for the duration.
Yeah, and just allowing you to layer that on.
Okay. Because I know prior to looking at the exact ruling, I want to say our original interpretation was you could layer it, but then we found out you couldn't. So,
well, that's because as raw, unless it specifies otherwise, you can only use a meta magic once.
Yeah.
Because some of these do say you can do it multiples, I think. Doing it as a twin only targets one creature. Okay, so yeah, twin spell wouldn't work. For the Arcana. That's it, for the Arcana check. Yes?
I'll say, so you said one of us needs to use a hero point?
I'd be willing to use one of my own.
Okay. I will need an Arcana check. Considering you are taking your long rest, you can work as a group to gain advantage on the Arcana check under the assumption that you guys are taking the time to plan this out, figure out the formula, that whatever you want to call it. Experimenting with the portal to try and figure it out. So you can do an Arcana check with advantage if somebody helps you as a part of the group thing. When you cast it,
I have proficiency in Arcana, so I don't want to do it.
Okay, so one person can make the Arcana roll, and somebody else, and then they can do it at advantage if somebody else is helping. The Arcana doesn't necessarily have to be by you. The Constitution save will have to be by Kodo, and then it will also require a hero point.
Okay. I would like to cast Enhance Ability on Kodo, give him Bear's Endurance, so that he can have advantage on his Constitution check.
Okay. Well, Constitution save, but yeah.
Okay, and I'm using the Intensify feature on it, which means I'm going to also suffer a level of exhaustion after this.
Do you have enough mana to do this?
With a full rest, yes.
Okay. Are you guys including Kalina in the planning of this?
I'm not opposed to it, but depends on how the others feel about her. I personally just view her as misguided. So Just depends on how people want to view her.
You're with me. She is, and she doesn't need to be privy to the particulars, just that it can be done.
Well, she is an arcane theorist, among other things, from what we've seen. I imagine if you're trying to rewrite the laws of magical physics, that she might be able to contribute some insight. She might also, considering she's obviously been planning this for a while, she might also have some good ideas on where to drop them. Unless you're intending to just drop them in the middle of the city.
I would not be opposed to discussing the strategy and tactics of the situation.
Cool. I will go get her then. Kenshi will pop off to...
Yeah. To be clear, he's still not wanting to divulge the fact that that he had a group powwow with the rituals on how to get this done. Though I do believe.
Well, if you're wanting to do this behind her back in terms of figuring out the portal,
yeah.
While Kenshi is going to collect her, you guys can make the Arcana check. Again, you each can roll once, or somebody can roll at advantage. So figure out who you want, who and how do you want that roll.
I assume you have better. So you have better.
Well, to speak in meta speak.
Yeah, you feel free to be meta.
My Arcana is 2 plus a D12. However,
same here. Wait, what? Your Arcana is what?
2 plus a D12.
He has +2 intelligence.
Yours just...
You both have the same intelligence score, and he doesn't have expertise.
Yeah. Though.
Huh.
He's like a sorcerer. He doesn't use intelligence. He uses charisma.
I know, but he's old.
Well, remember, 10 is average intelligence.
As like, age does not denote intelligence; it denotes wisdom.
I don't know. I thought that like the guy who's been slinging spells for fucking millennia, have like something Arcana.
Well, here's the thing.
Just been
think of it like this. Well, I may not have a genius mind with Arcana. What is that? What does it matter when I can spend 10 years to try to get something to work?
Fair. You have all the time in the world to actually get something done.
Yeah, I can trial and error it until I figure it out.
I don't need to learn it. I just need to keep failing at it until I succeed at it.
It took 100 years, but it worked.
I got there.
How long live all of you bastards?
It's like you took 100 years. What did you make? Pulls out a ceramic cup that has some tea in it. The best tea in all of Valkyria.
Took me a year to make this tea.
Okay, touch one willing creature. I can touch myself, so that works. Phrasing. Okay. I feel a little about using skill empowerment, because it really takes the wind out of expertise. Can I inspire myself?
Yes, I believe you can.
Okay, so with that bonus. I don't suppose Tibbs has the power of guidance?
Tibbs does not have guidance as a spell.
It'd be a cantrip.
Yeah, I don't know if clerics learn guidance. No.
Yeah, cleric is the only one who gets guidance.
Never mind. That's a, I'll say that is a cantrip, correct?
Yes.
No, I do not have.
Also,
I'm still not taking my cantrip.
before we do this, since Kenshi is away, Tibbs. Casting as I had was... Wait, hold on, no, I have that feat, so that might not mean a damn. Sniper, not what I'm looking for. When they ignore levels of exhaustion equal to Constitution modifier, you still gain levels, but the levels that would be gained after con modifier sheet is 1. Okay, my con modifier is 4. So, okay, those are applying their effect outside of when I die. Okay. Never mind. Okay, cool. In that case, it sounds like then that you're assisting me, so I'd roll with advantage.
I'm gonna say you roll your Arcana at advantage. Either I can roll it or you can roll it. Both doing the exact same thing apparently.
I don't mind rolling it because I'm applying skill empowerment and inspiration to myself.
Okay, and you make your Constitution and advantage as well.
I got you. I thought that was for when I actually cast it.
The Constitution save is when you actually cast it, which would be in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. In which case, alright, then I'll worry about that later. We'll just say that I just went ahead and did that for you.
Okay. Actually, I do have... What the hell is it? There is something that I don't generally look at that I probably should look at. I don't think it can work like that. Boosted spell. You draw upon your spark of life to do raw power of magic. When you wish to cast a spell at a higher level, you can spend 2 recovery die and place in place of a 1 level higher spell slot. But I wouldn't be able to push that to like level 9 plus magic. Oh, interesting. Focus ever just lets you roll skills at advantage. So... Okay, I was just wondering if any of the hit dice things would be helpful here. Okay. Whoop. Damn!
Okay. You're pretty sure you've got the formula down. You have figured out how to tear the weave a new one.
This room sucks so hard. Oh my god, I received like damage from this and shit.
And
I
as,
want to regain that back in the morning. I might
It'll take you
even
100 years to figure it out.
Okay.
and by the time you figure that out, Kenshi will have returned with Kalina. So, the cat tells me you have a means of getting them back to Corvus without traversing the mountains, saving us a few days.
Yes.
Care to elaborate?
Well, simply speaking, I would make a. Okay, is Tiny Portal actually the name of the spell? Like, if I say that, is it like a?
You can call it a standing portal. You can just call it a portal because a portal is different from teleportation.
Okay. I would simply make a portal of sufficient size for the automaton enough. And enough duration to allow an army to go through. Would 5 hours be enough?
Force this size, probably. It'd be the arcane reserves necessary to make such a standing gate that would be the problem. Normally, that sort of thing requires an advanced apparatus such as a megascope, and even then, they're fairly fleeting.
Well, you do know who you're dealing with.
I know that, Aurora thinks highly of you. What I've actually seen of your talents is questionable.
Well, to keep one off guard can require antics.
I can appreciate that fact. I'm just curious how you have the arcane reserves that an entire chantry would be required for under normal conditions.
You build up reserves after almost 3,000 years.
You say that, but I've met yokai spellcasters that couldn't even remotely approach that.
Well, clearly then I'm in a league of my own. Perhaps a god tier league, as it were.
Do you have a plan to go with this feat?
Well, you are clearly one of strategy. Do you have a recommendation for where the portal is to be placed within or around Corvus?
Several. None of them within Corvus. Given the verbal flogging you gave me for last time I dropped the source of that level of chaos into the city, I'm surprised you would even remotely think of suggesting that yourself.
We're going to be approaching with a force of undead. It would inspire panic, whether it's inside or out, unless you had a particular thought to remedy that.
I've got quite a few thoughts on how to remedy that. Most notably, don't be seen.
Are you suggesting that we either have the Inquisitors meet us in a remote location or shroud the army?
Well, if you can portal an entire army, perhaps you can cloak them too. And perhaps, given how interested in you the Inquisitorius has been, perhaps you could sucker them out into a field. But no, I was thinking something a bit more classic. To reach into her coat and pull out a map, unfurl it out on the table you guys were working on.
It's odd thinking of not Weiss in a coat.
What kind of coat? It's like a small coat, like,
Oh, okay, I gotta think of like a brown long coat with like pockets.
No, I'm looking at this thing. It's one of those coats that's basically just sleeves.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you've intentionally put us on the map this time.
Yes, I've intentionally put you on the map this time.
Do.
My suggestion, or rather my plan had been, come on. My plan had been to make my way over the mountains and then approach along the Dragon's Tooth River, thusly, as the southern gate is the most heavily defended gate because that's where all the trade and stuff comes from. The north gate facing up the Dragon's Tongue River is almost entirely neglected. If a force could get in there and neutralize the guards and the gunners mounted on that gate, we could probably move our forces in relatively unhindered. Now, prior to the occupation, though I imagine the Inquisitors are still using it, there were several lookout posts further into the city tied to that gate that would also need to be neutralized.
Are there not going to be many people on the battlements, even if it's so lightly defended?
Depends on when you go and how stealthy you are.
I would think.
I'm sure one of your I'm sure one of such means as you claim to boast should be capable of handling a few guards on the night watch.
Of course. Even if the city's walls are made of the material.
Lord Drakeblood is bringing in reinforcements, so your portal trick will allow us to head them off by a matter of days, which would allow us to retake the city before he can entrench.
Lord Drakeblood is a fool. Given your original intent was to traverse from the other side of the mountains to a point on the Dragon Tongue River?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dragon's Tongue River.
On the Dragon's Tongue River, would you prefer the portal to be next to the Dragon's Tongue River?
Ideally, I'd want to be somewhat upstream, yes. We'd still have to hike in, but it gives us a reasonable margin for error in case your portal doesn't land exactly where you expect it to. Reduces the odds of us losing troops to a botched teleportation. And gives us room to get whatever war machines they've been able to salvage set up. So we can bring them in.
Yes.
Because I haven't spoken to their engineers yet, but they may be inclined to bring siege weapons.
Remind me, Tristan, I don't think he does. With Kenshi's background and everything, he doesn't have, like, a known title. Because when I called his background, he didn't really have any of that.
None that you guys have been made privy to, if he does have one.
Okay. And I know we've just been calling him Kenshi, so I take it that's his first name versus his last name?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the only name he's given.
Okay.
I am presuming that since the two cats are silent, they have nothing to say about this plan?
I was about to inquire further thoughts. Yes.
I was actually about to put a government name joke, but
Tibbs McGraw.
is your name really Finchy? That's my government name, yes. My real name is Shabazz.
Isn't that a Green Lantern?
My real name is Shazam!
My real name's ShamWow.
Seriously, there are times where I miss Pathfinder 3.5 with level-based durations and stuff like that.
Hmm?
But that's just me bitching about 5e some more. So, yeah. So, no thoughts then?
Nothing I can think of that will contribute to this.
Sorry, David just had a hilarious thought. Meteor Swarm, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I use non-lethal on it.
Hmm?
So
I mean, you can do that, I think.
So wouldn't that be just like bombing a city with sleep bombs at that point?
Oh, sweet.
Because sorcerer.
I use fire for stun.
Initiating Operation Bomb the shit out of your house for stun.
Oh shit. Really, I probably wouldn't be able to do really that because I will only have like a fraction of my mana points after the portal thing is done.
That would be another good reason for doing it further upstream. Gives you another day to clean, to recover. So you're not trying to storm the place with no mana.
I suppose I could also chuggle the mana potions, but yeah.
That's also an option.
She wanted to do it like more upstream. That makes sense, just so they're not prematurely spotted during the hours of them going, Imperial marching through the portal. Provided this works. I know I'm talking like it is going to work, but I still have...
You still have to make the roll.
I still have to make the Constitution roll.
The Constitution save to keep it open, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's gonna suck. That's gonna suck so hard.
Thought Con was your bag.
It is my bag, but I'm just thinking about the amount of exhaustion I'll be accruing. With that feat, I may be able to limitedly ignore the mechanical effects, but when I reach 6, I will still just die. So
how much exhaustion are you planning on accruing?
I'm gonna probably be at 3. Which means, 3 more and I'm dead. Like, no death saving throws, I'm just dead.
Yeah, I know. That's how Ro died.
Okay. So if there's no other thoughts, then sounds like the plan has been made, and the battle will soon be joined.
Indeed.
Is she not questioning that I'm sitting on a fucking throne? Or does she just think I'm full of myself?
She can clearly see that this is a magnificent mansion, so you're like, oh, well, you decided to craft yourself a fucking throne room. Sure, why not? Y'all bitched about my ego. I'm gonna be the bigger person, not say shit, and watch it slowly fuck with your mind because I'm not saying anything. Like it's apparently doing. Because not acknowledging your ego is a bigger insult than feeding it.
To be fair, he is older than you, and we have been told that these creatures do go senile and crazy after a handful of money.
Nobody has told you that!
He can claim such, it doesn't have to be true.
He can claim that, Again, that's more perpetrating that these ancient races go nuts. It's like that's not how that works.
Good, you live long enough to go crazy. I do stand by that.
I have never seen that. I've seen go emo as fuck, but I have never seen go crazy.
I've seen also apathy, like fuck tons of apathy.
Yeah, but again, that's not crazy.
No, at best that makes you what's the word? What's the thing? What's it? It's not psychotic. It's
sociopathic.
Is it sociopathic where you where it's like, yeah, I know, I just don't care.
Yeah, it's like, I know what's wrong, but I don't give a fuck. Yeah, that's socio.
In this case, with immortality, it would be, yeah, but in 50 years, it's not going to matter.
Yeah.
You've lived long enough to watch the world's morality and stance on things change so much that you're like, you know what, morality is flimsy.
Destroy the city, it'll rebuild.
But again, not crazy.
But in any case, it sounds like we're down for a...
Yep. If there's nothing else, you can take your long rest and recover your points.
Yes, only to lose... Let me look at the calculator again. Oh, jeez. Oh, this is going to hurt my soul. I'm glad I'm going to rest afterwards. It's going to hurt my soul. Oh, jeez.
I didn't even know you had like 200 mana.
I have a maximum of 221 mana, which this will consume like 91% of.
There you go.
Alright.
Okay. Again, provided there's no more roleplay occurring.
So, other than like subservient, obedient servants and guardsmen about. Nothing. Yeah, I was thinking about describing what God King code as mentioned for the mansion would be like, but I only have some partial thoughts on it.
It's like when you exit your mansion in the morning, you will find that the army has assembled outside. The automaton marshals have recruited a contingent to pull the wagons containing the automaton. The rest of the Legion has organized itself into divisions of 100 soldiers, with an officer and a bannerman at the head of each. And they stand at attention, awaiting direction.
Well, according to this, you can't, unless there's a amount of rotted, you can't inspire yourself.
That might be a specific bard.
On your turn, choose one creature other than yourself.
Okay, that might be a specific one. I know it's been done, so that might be based on the archetype or something.
Okay. Shoot. So I can't. Okay. I mean, that's fine. I just wanted to double check to make sure we were.
I thought you could, but apparently, yeah. Unless that's a specific college that I'm remembering.
Okay. Oh, I can't do that. Oh, clever. I can't do that because that would be double concentration. Ah, shit. I was seeing if there was some. Well, actually, no. This is a concentration roll, so I would still get. Okay.
This is not a concentration. This is.
Oh, sorry. Say.
This is a Constitution save.
Oh, Constitution save. But it's not counting as concentration.
This is not concentration. This is physical endurance for all this energy passing through you.
Oh, okay. In that case, Warmonger.
Warcaster.
Warcaster does not apply.
Nope.
Fuck, I don't want to look stupid after all this shit. We prepped so much. It took me a hair point even just to do this.
Well, remember, Brian was casting the thing to give you advantage anyway.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was casting Owlbear's Endurance or whatever it was on you.
Yes, thank you.
Not his fault.
I want to remove that because I can't allow to play that to myself.
What were you doing with that?
Okay.
Okay. This is part of the reason why I asked you to keep your stuff clean. Because when you keep your stuff clean, things don't fall over like this.
Oh, wow, I forgot I had that. Doesn't help me though.
Sorry, I thought you had figured all this shit out already before you came in waving your.
No. You see, my issue is roll 20, and we know if I physically roll a die, it's going to be the same as it's roll 20 anyway. That's my concern. My concern is the flimsiness that is roll 20.
Oh, that reminds me. I need to advance a day. Because it's very important to keep track of the days so I don't accidentally have both parties in the same place at the wrong time.
That would be so cool!
Note I said wrong time, not that it couldn't happen.
Okay.
Again, mainly it's to make sure Tyranny of Dragons doesn't go off with you guys too close to it.
Oh, what's this? Nope, don't you go over there! You have Matthias stuff happening, get to it!
I'm not saying you can't participate in this event, there are certain parts of the event I don't want you near because it'll be a non-entity. Because the boss for that game is much lower level than the boss for this game, and you guys would make him look really stupid really quickly.
You're doing this shit. Okay.
I don't need you One Punch Man and Guidance boss.
Okay. Actually, I will. Okay. Again, just going through one more time just to see if there's anything that I can do to maximize this shit. You see, my fear is you're just gonna have it collapse if I fail a roll, versus say it happening, but horrible stuff then happening to me, but it's still succeeding. Which I'm like, I'd much prefer myself being fucked than the spell collapsing.
I can neither confirm or deny what happens if you fail this. Heaven forbid you botch it.
I'm about to say, to be fair, even if you fail, standing right here, blessing will face you.
Oh yeah, but isn't God King Kodo's thing is like face? This would really hurt his face.
You're still in God King mode?
Yeah, that's what is my character.
I know that. I wasn't sure if you was reset when you went to bed last night.
No.
Okay.
No, that's why he was acting the way he was down the throne and everything. Because like right now, his levels of importance are, himself, Kenshi, and then everyone else.
He's like, hey, how you doing? I'm the soul.
I like how the storm is like the enduring thing from that game. Wait. Wait, send a recover die. Oh, as an action. Oh, damn it. Nope. 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 Big nope. Big nope. Okay, guess what, guys? Guess what? We're doing it live! Pressing the button. No! No, that is way too low. Oh, that cannot. No. No. Big no. It's not a small no, it's a big no.
Okay. Do it again.
And would I be rolling at advantage again, or just a singular extra attempt?
Yeah, so you redo the full roll. Yeah.
I feel a little bit better about that.
And it's about as high as you can possibly roll.
Thank you, Tibbs. Oh, I get stunto points.
The hilarious thing is that somehow I actually probably could have rolled higher than that with my constitution.
That's weird, because I have 4 plus a d12. So I'm very nearly at maximum.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, you have 4 plus d12. Yeah, your d12 kind of goofed you, but yeah.
Okay, so that is a effective 19.
Yeah. What would any stunts apply to this?
This is a saving throw, so no.
Okay.
19 is fairly good.
Okay, so you are able to keep the portal open for the needed amount of time.
Okay. Let me deduct fucking all of my points.
However, as you did not beat the DC on the Constitution save, you will be taking 2 exhaustion for the sheer amount of energy that is trying to burn through you.
Okay. On top of the exhaustion for using Intensify spell?
Yes. So you should be at 5 from what you just said.
I was at 3. I go down to 2. And from using Intensify spell, I go back up to 3, so yeah, I would be...
You'll be at 5.
5. I now have 19 mana. Okay.
However, you have moved the army.
Okay. Yeah! Forces of nature, you will do my will!
You're now roughly... Oh, wait, there's a percentile roll now, too, isn't there? Can teleport anything that can fit through to a location you know. Go to a place you don't know as long as you have the item for that location. This,
at which point I do have 2 questions.
Okay, if you feel...
How long is it going to take us to get to...
Okay, so I'm going to need the spellcasting check.
Well, that's where I have 2 questions, if I may.
Mm-hmm.
One, we've been around Corvus for a while. Mm-hmm. Could I have been in the air?
You guys haven't done a lot outside.
Okay. Have I been there in the past 2,500 years, or would it have changed too much?
From my understanding, you have not been to the Republic that recently.
Okay.
However,
just check.
However, I will let you make an intelligence check to try and remember the vagaries of a spot, because in order to teleport to a place you've never been, normally you require an item from that place. Mm-hmm. But if you make the intelligence check, I will let you make the spellcasting check to that it would normally require.
Don't fuck me, roll 20. Seeing that 5 exhaustion is perilous to me.
So
okay, not horrible for a stat roll.
Yeah. Okay, so that will let you make the DC 20 spellcaster check to try and land on your intended location.
Okay. Hell, being 2d10 miles off course actually would not hurt.
Right.
In this case.
So you're trying to... What you're telling me is that you're going to go into battle.
Really?
So what you're about to tell me is that you're trying to go into battle with... So you're about to go into battle with how much mana?
19. Though, I mean, we're upriver, so... Five levels, though I'm able to, I'm able to tank the bulk of that, but still, if I hit 6, I just die.
Okay, what has effectively happened then is that you're a couple miles more upstream than you were intending, and on the opposite riverbank from where you intended to land.
Okay, that's not too bad, actually.
Yeah.
That's not too bad at all.
It will add a couple more hours to their walk, but not anything ridiculous.
Okay. Oh, there's someone's in Chelsea. Oh, God. Okay.
I'd say you are now roughly a day's walk from Corvus. Now, the downside here is you only recover 1 exhaustion per day. Under normal conditions.
So what I'm going to go ahead and do is...
But obviously there are workarounds for that.
Yeah.
So we have 1 day. We can do that. So we have a day's worth of journey.
Well, your journey was instant. You took a long rest for the overnight. Your journey was instantaneous, but you are now 1 day outside of town.
Okay.
So,
It's still going to take us a day.
unless you guys pull something else out of your butt.
Yeah, I got a mouse short a gate. That's about it. But I can't hold that open long. It's good.
Yeah. I was looking at gate would have been much better for me, except it goes to a different plane. It has to be a different plane. It doesn't have to be the material plane. Not according to the description. I read.
Say it would require 2 gates because gate can only travel a plane. So you go to a different plane and then gate back. You cannot gate on the same plane.
You conjure a portal linking an unknown quest HCC within range to a precise okay, different resistance. Okay.
So, like I said, we require 2 uses of gate.
Okay. Okay. So 2 uses of the gate. Yeah. 2 uses of gate. Get us there. Get us to a different plane. And get us back to something.
Yeah, and it's like the reason I didn't do that is because the gate would have to be open for a long while, and we would effectively be occupying space in a plane which may take offense to an army coming through.
Especially an army of undead.
Yeah. It's like, no, we're staging some. Oh, yeah, I've got your station of it. No!
Let's just head over to the Shadowfell. They'll be fine with it.
Oh, yes.
They're used to it.
The Shadowfell and other
Shadowfell.
stuff. Oh, Shadowfell.
Yeah.
Well, I thought the Shadowfell had the Shadowfell.
It has the Shadow Kai.
Ah.
The Shadow Fae are different. The Shadow Fae are in the Feywild.
Okay, I thought they were.
They'll be fine. It's undead. They'll be okay.
No, the Shadow Kai are different from the Shadow Fae.
Okay, but yeah, either one. Alright, so in order to keep him from keeling over, and since we still have like a day's worth of travel, which means that we probably have 1 more long rest in here.
I'd say unless somebody pulls another teleport out of their butt, yeah, you should have 1 more long rest.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and slap Kodo with 4 greater restorations.
I was wondering if you were going to think of that.
I was trying to see how much that Constitution thing was going to talk about before I did it. So I'm gonna start him with 4 greater restorations, and then he can burn off the last one when he sleeps. So there you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you would like to do while you are here on this riverbank before I start advancing us into the next day?
That's fish.
If you wish to take some time to fish, do you actually have proficiency with fishing stuff?
I do. I actually have fishing stuff.
Okay, then make me a fishing check.
Okay, what do I roll for that?
Are you proficient? Or do you just have the fishing stuff?
Fishing.
Okay, you just have the tools, you don't have the proficiency? So just make a straight dex check.
Are there fishing tools?
Yeah, there's a...
Oh, I just didn't remember there being fishing tools. Okay.
No, so, yeah, I didn't know there were fishing tools. I had fishing. I had, like...
Well, hang on, let me double check. I might be misremembering that.
Okay. Yeah, I've got fishing tools, block and tackle, and stuff like that as far as, like...
Okay, yeah, there is the tool, but okay, that would be a survival check. A dex-based survival check.
No, even better. Plus 1.
It was all kind of so I was like, okay, maybe I just wasn't remembering it.
No, I remembering the tool exists, but I did forgotten it was in the equipment section, not the tools section. And because of that, it is considered just an item.
Yeah.
Okay,
It
you
lets
get
you do this.
you get yourself a nice big ass fish. Okay. For time efficiency for this journey, somebody is going to need to make a survival check for the purposes of navigating through the navigating the terrain, to make reasonable time through to the city.
If I remember correctly, Kenshi's a hunter.
Does anyone have a better survival than me?
I doubt it. Kenshi's survival is +2.
Okay. I guess
He is not proficient. As I recall, usually you were the survival guy.
I just remember him like being a hunter-y type.
He's a blood hunter,
Yeah.
not a ranger. To quote Nayland, not that kind of ranger. I am the ranger if I know how to kill things, not the ranger that knows anything about the woods.
Okay, I believe I did pretty good at that.
Yes. In fact, you were able to shave a couple hours off the hours that Kodo added.
All according to Kaikaku.
So it's still going to take a little longer than intended, but not too bad. Are you guys trying to do main roads or off-road?
We should
roll. Okay, let's go off road.
Yeah, I would say because with the army, because this is still a trade river. It's possible for there to be boats that seize us. So off road.
Presumably, this is the river you guys were on for Adventure 2.
Yeah.
Okay. Must say I will use my speedy and efficient search. Speedy and efficient search in order to be able to kind of navigate through this off road. To be able to offset the fact that we're off-road.
Okay. So it's a day, meaning another long rest. Unless we encounter something, so I'm not going to change anything.
Okay. Alright. Towards the evening of the, as the sun is getting low, as you're marching onward, you notice a small puff of dust off to the side where the road would be located. After a moment, you can, the speck of dust begins to coalesce into what appears to be a lone horseman, bearing off the road towards you at top speed.
Given these, I would suppose would be a silhouette at this distance.
At this distance, yeah, unless you have a spyglass or something, it would be a silhouette.
Can we discern a raised polearm, handed weapon, a lance?
Make perception at disadvantage.
Oh, well, that roll's terrific. I'll just have to choose that.
I mean, at disadvantage, it's still 25.
Yeah. I was making fun of the fact that it's like, yeah, Constitution's my thing. 15.
It's because you got expertise in that perception, huh?
Yeah, I know, it's nice.
It does not appear, if it is armed, it does not currently have a weapon raised. It could be a courier, could be a scout, could just be somebody fleeing and going, oh look, people, maybe there'll be help over there.
Nice. Oh shit. You know that works.
So,
okay, I will conjure.
We're gonna show up and people are not gonna know whether we're the good guys or the bad guys.
I will conjure 6 boxes of fire. I'm not gonna have them attack, I'm just gonna have them be around.
okay, assuming nobody starts anything, the figure gets closer, and closer, and closer, and with your keen fox vision, you are eventually able to make out that it appears to be Captain Hellstrom.
The captain's approaching. He must have been smarter than they give him credit for. I'm not seeing Dumas with him now.
After a couple more minutes, he eventually gets within talking range. You see him skid to a stop as he looks at your army and seems to mutter a small prayer or curse. And then looks at the lot of you and is like, These troops aren't going to do us much good if they get cut down before they can, engage Dracula's forces. The city gates are now all heavily guarded, and they've gotten the cannons up and running. So any army would be destroyed before it can get close.
With the cannon...
I can see that you guys already decided to come in by the north versus the south. Thank God for that. But you're going to need to secure the north gate if you intend to get through. But I imagine you already know that.
Yes.
Given where you're positioned.
From my knowledge, would the cannons be able to do damage to the Arturian automaton?
Quite possibly.
Okay.
The cannons themselves are not magical, but they have the capacity for firing magical ammunition if it is provided.
Okay.
So it is just a question mark of do they have them +1 cannonballs up there or not.
Yeah. Would I know roughly the range of their cannon?
Arcana or Tinker's Tools check?
I will go with Arcana. I could have used that earlier, damn it!
Still wouldn't have been high enough.
Oh no, I imagine it was like 25 or something. So basically something nearly impossible to do.
Okay, a cannon. Up there. In theory, has a range in the neighborhood of 2,500 feet.
Shit. Okay, that plan won't work then. Well, it will work, but they'll be able to retaliate. That wouldn't be the other plan, though. I just feel like it would be as isekai shonen-esque as my thought is. I also feel that it would be a little anticlimactic.
Like, how many shonen points do you want to blow in one episode? That's what I should start calling them as hero points. Shonen points. Anime points. Fuck your world points.
My thought was just to, like, bomb the wall from outside the range of retaliation.
Yeah, no, I don't think you have any spells that outrange fuck mothering cannons.
That Meteor Swarm has a range of 1 mile.
Oh, well, then, yeah, Meteor. As does Glassing Beam.
Yeah. But I realize we're not trying to completely annihilate the city or anything.
Yeah, mind you, that's, estimated range of a normal cannon. You don't know if these have been enhanced.
Yeah.
With this being the capital, they could very well have been.
Yeah. I mean, Breakblood's involved and the Inquisitors are involved, so they have an idea of what they're dealing with.
Yes, but the question is, have they had time to do anything with the cannon?
Yeah. Well, it's been at least 4 days by the time we actually arrived. But anyway,
it was 3 days to 1 day there, and then 1 day back. So yeah, 5 days. Plus the week they had during the that we time skipped.
Yeah, so I was like at least.
So about 2 weeks, probably, give or take.
Well, Captain, your warning is appreciated. What about your loyalists inside the city? Am I asking off-book questions?
No, I'm looking to see if that's on book.
Okay.
Because, as you know, they give you a list.
Yeah. So why would they ask that? Because it's continuity from the last adventure? What you talking about?
Okay. I was just... my loyalists will be in position to help once you actually are in the city. I do have one man on the inside of the gate, a watch lieutenant by the name of Mud. Though, he'll be in a bar called the Dancing Swine until he goes on duty at midnight. I can give you a token so he knows you're from me. Since I told him to help out if possible. He might be able to get you inside. Otherwise, they'll just be in whatever positions they've been able to hang on to and ready to do what they can when the time comes. the gates have mostly been taken over by the Inquisitorius. There's a few city guard in there that may or may not be loyal, but loyal to me. They're not loyal to me specifically, but if they might help you, depending. Because there's a bunch that are not happy with the current situation, but aren't willing to make public moves. But given the right opportunity, they might be willing to help you.
Okay. I can't. The durations of it don't work. Because heaven forbid you get creative with spells.
Heaven forbid, you just got very creative with spells.
No, I mean in the system proper.
Yes.
Because I was looking at transport via plant, and I'm like, could I have the exit plant be multiple plants, so the army could be like scattered out, coming close in?
Sort of.
I thought it was plant A to plant B.
It is. I say that because with the wording of travel via plant, I think you could twin spell it.
Okay. Oh shit! Oh shit! I never thought I'd be able to use this spell, and I'm glad it's going to be a day's travel, or else that would be 98% of my mana gone. Oh shit! Give me a second. I'm gonna click it.
Just blowing all your shit in one wad, huh?
Well, I mean, again, it's gonna take a day to get there.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, when has there ever been a chance to use this spell? It takes freaking 10 minutes.
So where are you doing this?
I'm not doing it now. I'm looking at this. I'm going. I think we could use this.
Mm-hmm. Little do you know, at y'all's level, everybody has true sight.
Well, I know some of the Inquisitors have true sight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you threw them at us.
Yeah. Oh, hey! My intent with the Inquisitors is like, nah, fear the Inquisitors.
Mm-hmm.
Does the Disguise Concealer add creatures? Damn. Okay. I mean, illusion spells are meant to be a little bit creative, despite what I said a moment ago.
Mm-hmm.
D&D not being very creative. It's like selectively creative. Okay. I got thoughts. Yeah. Okay.
Well, let's start with getting your ass to town.
Is Hellstorm...
Get your ass to Mars.
Is Hellstorm going to be traveling with us?
Well, at the moment, he's sitting there waiting to see if you have any other questions.
Oh, yeah.
You just left him on the last text box, and he's just sitting there.
Oh, yeah. Even though there's the... what effectively is a port embargo going on, in your travels, did you notice any trading vessels trapped on the side of the Dragon's Tongue? And if so, were these trading vessels armed? Nah, I know that has to be off book.
Mm-hmm.
So using other resources? What?
Well, most of the ships that come this far upriver are riverboats and the like, and those have been almost exclusively leaving town, not heading into it. Any trapping or congestion that's occurred has been inside the city walls, as the Inquisitorius, has to inspect every ship before it's allowed to leave. At least if they intend to leave legitimately.
Oh, that wouldn't work with the thing with the Demetrium anyway. Oh well, I guess I'll give that a shot. Your men inside for the wall?
I have one man inside the gate. I have no men currently on the wall.
Okay. So no access to the cannons. Do any of your loyalists comprise the logistical teams that would supply them?
No, that's... As I said, I have one man who has access to the gate.
Oh,
And the comings and goings of said gate.
But you also mentioned the city. I was thinking that the Inquisitors, because the guard is larger than the Inquisitus, that they would be relying on you for supply transfers.
There's no supplies needed at the gate at this time. The powder's been stored in there for months. They don't exactly have a mess hall there, so it's a security post. You take a shift, you wait your turn, and you leave.
Okay, David was not aware that they just kind of had cannons. I don't remember that being a part of the description when we were at any of the other gates.
Well, it's because you didn't notice them because they were in the walls and above you.
Joke. Okay.
Traditionally,
Okay.
and what it appears, they got, like on ships, you have the things that go down to cover the gun ports when you're not using them.
Okay, no, I get that, but I would think we would have seen those. But okay.
Unless they are designed to blend into the wall, yeah.
Okay, I just know we've investigated the fuck out of the walls.
Yeah.
Which is why I was like, oh shit, okay, because I thought they moved the cannons from somewhere else to these walls.
No, these are the cannons that have always been on the gate.
Okay. Shoot. So we therefore we cannot affect their supply of elven powder.
No, any elven powder they have is already there and has been there for a while.
Okay.
The only time they get extra is when it's either expired, which basically never happens, or if we're expecting an attack and they decide to add extra.
Okay.
Which has probably already been taken care of the second the Inquisitorius took over, just from how militant they've been behaving. Now, you are correct in the sense if they were expecting an attack, extra cannons could be brought in, but as they are not currently expecting an attack from the north, any extra cannons that may have been brought in would be to the south.
Okay.
And possibly the east and the west. As the closest outpost from which Her Highness could derive reinforcements is to the south. So, that is where they've been reinforcing.
Okay. Well, it sounds like there's not much that we can do aside from confront them. Though I know you did mention that any army would be slaughtered. That being said, I can change the terrain in a vast area around was it Northern Gate? The Northern Gate. Now, given that the walls are partially composed of materium, it is entirely possible that they'll inherently be resistant to direct manipulation of the weave. However, it's entirely possible that I could cause obscuring or what amounts to walls of earth to impede their vision.
Colleen will just cock her head as she looks at you. So, walls of earth are just going to shoot up in front of them and they're not going to be suspicious of that?
I'm not saying they wouldn't be suspicious. Any effect I do would make them suspicious. But with the concern that the cannons would affect any army, I would presume that you would be proficient enough in leading them. That say, if we were to go in as a small team under the cover of this impediment for them, take that out. You could use the illusory terrain to your advantage.
I could. Alternatively, you could use that spell circle you found in my room to teleport back inside the city and disable the cannons before I get there.
My thought prior to this one, as a matter of fact, Kalina, was to send Kenshi in to do such a task.
Does Kenshi know how to use a spell circle?
No, but I could, send him. I figured you wanted someone with my power alongside you, given your army. Though I know Hellstrom has recommended that we move in as a group.
And that would be my recommendation as well. That's basically what I suggested when we were back at the tomb in the first place.
I don't recall you referring to any cannons.
No, I figured you knew about the cannons. Being as all-powerful and all-knowing as you claim to be up on that chair.
Sorry, this is me laughing. So...
I feel the sprinkle in salt.
So it was then short-sightedness on you, short-sightedness on you not to mention them during the tactical briefing.
I did not see the need to mention something that was in theory known and obvious to everybody in the room.
Oh.
Did you not expect the gate to be defended?
Again, you mentioned a few guards.
And she'll look at Hellstrom for silent confirmation. And as far as I'm aware, it is still a few guards.
Well, then, if we're merely dealing with a few guards and a few cannon, then that should not be enough to threaten an army of this size in a significant manner.
I think Hellstrom will nod. I believe there's about a dozen men manning that place at any given time.
With only a dozen cannon.
No, a dozen men.
The cannons, are they being served by automata? Has Corvus gotten such a depth at the old technologies to allow automated defenses?
The men are well armed and armored, but they are not the elite. Or at least they were not when I last was there, but the Inquisitors, who knows. Most of them are cannoneers. The most dangerous thing in their possession would be their flare launcher. If there's trouble at the gate, the guards are instructed to run to the roof and launch a red flare. If they launch the flare, the full might of Drakeblood's reinforcements will be bearing down upon you.
Via teleportation, I am to assume.
Your guess is as good as mine. You fought them more than I have. How do they normally arrive?
On foot, though I now have to ask more specific questions as people, and I'll look at Kalina, don't volunteer completely viable tactical information.
You implied you didn't want any information I had. You seemed to think you had everything in hand with the might of your big, arcane dick.
I assure you, if I didn't have... I assure you, if I did not have...
Can she steal some?
concern for the loyal guardsmen and loyal citizenry, then yes, I could pummel pummel Corvus, especially its defenses, into dust. But then people you care about, you as more of a general. I'll rephrase those of Corvus would care about would be evaporated as well, and no one would want that, would they, Kalina?
I believe we've already well established that as far as I'm concerned, the entire city can very well burn. So, by all means, level the place.
Very well.
It'll be very much a case of the pot calling the kettle black, though.
If
You will lost all that moral high ground you were trying to rub my face into a few days ago. But by all means.
Oh, so you're then of course presuming that I am going to use my power to crush the city when
that's literally what you just said. Yes.
I said I could.
Yes. And then you asked me for a reason why you shouldn't. I have no reason to justify to tell you not to do that if that is within your almighty power.
Well, the reason you should be looking for is that I could just merely isolate it to the wall. Additionally, I can do this without killing anyone.
Yes, but if you destroy the wall, how are we supposed to hold the city when his reinforcements show up?
Quite simply, we have enough forces to to do that anyway.
How do you account for how the magic may or may not affect be affected by the dimeridium of the wall?
It's the meridium. It disrupts magic. Keep in mind the wall itself, which I did already mention, might be immune to the weave, is irrelevant to the fact that the people would no longer be an issue, meaning there'd be no defenses beyond the wall and possibly the gate itself.
And the people on the inside that may or may not be shielded by the dimeridium.
Again, if there are openings in that wall, then they would not be shielded, which there would have to be if there were weapons.
Yes. However, in my experience with guardhouses, that would account for 1, maybe 2 levels out of the entire building.
Are you familiar with an expanding sphere that can like a cloud, go in to cracks and crevices and continue to expand? Have you not seen things like incendiary clouds?
I believe I dropped you with a sphere.
I see that has stroked your ego quite a bit.
No, that's a statement of fact.
Oh.
My ego has not been stroked, touched, molested, or in another way acknowledged until now. We've all been too busy drowning under yours.
This is going to raise a ball.
Yes.
Dick measuring contests. When we don't this. When do we save the city from the, significantly more evil people?
Well, as I... Sorry. I'm just laughing at how dickish this is going to sound.
I say, when did we take our undead army in order to go liberate the people from the living assholes?
Well, as has been mentioned by Hellstrom, we'll need to take the cannon out, and while this was not mentioned, suppress the flare, because. And I'll go back to quickly clean up. All this talk about taking out the cannons and the walls has not mentioned the flare in specific to the reinforcements. Therefore, and this is just David confirming, Hellstrom was like sending a small team to take out the cannon. Right?
Hellstrom and Kalina at this point have both told you, send in take the PCs, go into the gate, neutralize the guards and the gunners.
No, I get that.
Well, you asked to confirm. I'm telling you, I'm confirming for you that yes, both at this point, two specific people have told you, go in and do this.
Yes. No, honestly, I do believe we have the power to do it without doing that. But that's
that's
going to go off book.
That's it. Well, one, you're going off book, and two, so far the way you have talked about wanting to go about that defeats the purpose of quietly going in and doing that. Because if you're raining meteors down on them, I'm pretty sure that's just as obvious as them setting up a flare.
Oh, I know. I do not doubt that. Everything she has said to be a touche is things I've already thought of. So it's not very much of a touche.
She's just, again, she's aware it's not necessarily a touche. She's just like, yeah, all that shit you were telling me not to do? Poke.
Oh, so back in character. So what we're going to do, which, as suggested a few moments ago, and thought of even before that, is to take all our small group. I presume that Lady Karina would want to stay with her army.
I have to stay with the army, or else we'll lose all control of it.
I'm sorry. I thought the power of the blade had a significant range.
It does, and the army takes up a significant amount of space.
So a medium range then.
It's got a greater range than any undead control you can muster.
Can we go into the city and beat up people now?
You tell me.
Yes.
He's the one who won't leave.
I do need to manipulate certain energies to do so. And besides, I do believe we still had some travel about us.
We do. However, you probably should get there before my forces do.
Oh, I agree. That wasn't in dispute.
So you might want to haul ass.
There's no need to be so exhaustive as that. Okay, group. Come around.
Tits is gonna look at Kenshi and it's like, are all your people's god kings like this?
As far as I know, we don't have god kings. We don't even have a king. So, no.
And who is he?
He is some fucknut who dyed his hair emo and suddenly became an asshole. No wonder they kicked him out and used giant robots to beat his face in.
No, I can hear you.
I'm glad you can hear me. Maybe that'll make the point.
This is your king. I kind of like God King though. He is fucking hilarious.
He'll just shake his head. You talk about blowing up a city, and they think that's all you're capable of doing.
Ted's like chuckling, like, don't worry, my king. He's like, don't worry, my king. I'll follow you anywhere.
Oh, I certainly do appreciate that. And at least I'll be able to show someone that with power can also come with finesse. Yeah, I'm targeting the circles, so I don't need to make any rolls.
Yeah.
I hope you can, because unfortunately most of my spells don't come with finesse.
And as you guys bamf back to what is left of her bedroom, I guess she'll ask the other 15 questions on this list that you guys neglected to ask that might have been relevant.
Well, there is such a thing as people volunteering information. That being said, I mean, I know
none of the stuff on this list is stuff that would be volunteered.
There That being said, I mean, I know I clicked the button and I asked people to gather around, or I told people to gather around, but that doesn't prevent them from asking questions.
Like I said, that's why Chris says, as you are teleporting out.
Well, I guess the more apt is, does anyone else have any questions? Because the questions I can think of, he would clearly not have answers for. Which kind of inquisitors are posted places, since you seem to have a limited intel network? I bet he can't answer that, can he?
That's because that's not one of the questions on the list. So I would be, giving you some degree of an answer, but
though we have really proven that this scenario does expect you to ask questions you wouldn't necessarily think of asking.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I'm quite alright with the knowledge I had. It was like, okay, it was like go in, sit. Honestly, tips is very much like go in. It was like, what's my job? Save the people. Go in and save the people. Alright, that's the only thing I need to know. How many people are there? It's like I don't need to know how many people there are. All I know is a target-rich environment. So. I'm like, okay.
He's like, you didn't even.
I mean, like, seriously, it's like, I don't know if Eric would be able to think of any extra questions. The questions I have are like incredibly specific, or things I believe you would already know.
Okay, let's
now, admittedly,
as you are finishing up your circle, Helena will confirm with you. The army will arrive at dawn. Be ready.
That's plenty of time.
And with that,
seriously, like, what other questions could there be? Like, what? Where's Lord Drake? It doesn't matter where he is, because he'll be aware of whatever's going on. There's Dumas. Dumas is in hiding anyway, and only select people know where he is. What are the defenses of the wall? Well, apparently cannon and a dozen guards.
that is one of the questions on the list, actually.
Well, I thought we got that answer.
No, you asked how many men are there. You didn't ask how the place is defended.
He knows what we're planning on doing.
Mm.
Okay. That just goes again to, like, the scenario is all like, no, don't have the volunteer information, when it would make sense to just have, have it be very specific questions. Which, I mean, okay. That is how it goes. It's again, I would have thought the topic of conversation would have brought that up.
They have things like, how long do we have before the reinforcements arrive? What's there do we have to neutralize?
Actually, you said that. No, I can't ask that.
Well, that's what I said. You already teleported, so that I can read these off.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that's an easy enough question. When does reinforcements arrive?
Well, apparently we were already teleported, therefore we cannot ask the question. I thought the idea of asking about how many guards are there would play into what are the defenses, because I was also asking questions on the lines of, do you have whom do you have there? But again, it's one of those things where the captain is not volunteering information along the lines with the subject, so which is typical of a scenario.
Yeah, and especially with somebody like a personality like the people presented in the scenario.
Okay.
Nobody trusts anybody in this adventure. That's one of the the main things.
I can accept that, except for the fact that we've worked with this guy. But okay.
It's been a relationship of convenience.
I guess he cares less about his city than I thought. Okay.
The fact that he's working with you at all is why he's is him caring about the city.
Okay. When we teleport, I would like to consume a supreme mana potion.
Okay.
Because as I understand it, I have not had that long rest since we've popped in. Because I thought that day of travel, which was interrupted by Hellstrom, so I have not had that that extra day.
Right, we did our that's right.
You have not taken your second long rest yet.
Right. Therefore, I'm going to be drinking a Supreme Knowledge.
How far out of town are they?
They are. They considering they do not need to rest. They will be arriving at dawn. You are at roughly sundown right now.
So should we be destroying the cannons right now? Because won't they
presumably, the cannons need to be destroyed shortly before they arrive. And technically, the cannons don't. Technically, you're not supposed to be destroying the cannons, though that is a route. What you were asked to do was neutralize the guards in the gatehouse so that they cannot alert people and fire the cannons.
Yeah, so technically, we could rest here.
I'd say a long rest would be 8 hours, which means it would be roughly dawn at that point. So you'd be going right at the same time as they're walking up.
Right.
Wait a second. You said it's about Sunday. I don't know what season this is, but
you're in the equivalent of January right now.
Okay, so sundown would be around like 5, 6 o'clock, which means that 8 hours from now would be around 2 a.m. So that would give us about 3 hours before sunrise. 3 or 4 hours before sunrise if we took a rest now. Assuming that we're following winter standards. The sun usually sets at like 5 or 6.
I was thinking, so it was closer to about 7:30.
Okay.
So like the sun is down, but you've still got some day. But you've still got some day glow.
Even then, so that means that you take a long rest when getting here, or whatever. And that means that we'll be up by 2 o'clock at 3 at the latest.
Let's say 8 hours from 7. I'd say that would have you moving somewhere in the 3 to 4 in the morning range, which again would give you about 2-3 hours before sunrise.
So 2-3 hours in order to plan this. Okay.
Well, we know what we need to do. My hesitancy to wait longer, which again we've already teleported.
Yeah, so you are now in the burned out remains of the church.
In theory, we could rest here because I figure it's been thoroughly investigated by this time.
You can, if you poke your head out, you can still see like the police barricades, and there's like 1 or 2 guards just making sure nobody fucks around there. But otherwise, yeah, it's.
We could rest now. However, my concern is that the what we'll be encountering will not be what is said that we will be encountering.
Well, thankfully we're talented, so it doesn't matter what we encounter. It's not like we can't just carry it.
I do appreciate the irony of your statement.
Well, if we took down the people who were specially designed to kill you, then, I'm not exactly worried about a bunch of Ubers.
Oh,
who,
no, I agree with you. I just find it interesting that I talk of my power, and there's apparently ridicule. You talk of our power, and it's okay. Must be a cat thing.
I don't speak of any one individual. Us together are unstoppable. Granted, I don't think that there's. Personally, I don't think that there's anything inherently special about any of us individually, but I do feel that all of us together do create a rather formidable unit that can be overcome.
Well, we're traveling together, so of course we would.
The only thing standing in our way is a several thousand soldiers. It's a city full of well-armed, well-trained guards. I mean, at the end of the day, these are still, not say these are still people. Fate must say, these are still people facing down a former god, someone who worships a god, someone who swings a sword like a god. So.
Yes. Okay.
I feel fairly comfortable with our chances.
So, you are still asserting that what, 2-3 hours would be enough? How far away are the northern walls? Northern walls
from your current location. Maybe half an hour's walk, depending on traffic.
Okay. My fear is that it would be longer than 3 hours. Given that Corvus is a huge trading port. I know, like, if we tried to walk from one end of the Richmond to the other, even being in the center, it would take forever. So
let me double check the map of Corvus picture I had a while back. But
it's just like the fact that she's like, yeah, do it now, kind of tells me, well, if we need 8 hours or 12 hours, and there's probably extra shit that we're unaware of.
do we have the north gate on here? No, but I can make an educated guess. Okay. Oh, it's because it's World Ample.
Because it's what?
World Ample. I had a really nice picture but you know, I can send it as a link, I guess. I was gonna try and do a post image, but I was like, nope, sorry, this is World Anvil. It doesn't count as an image.
So you can do a clip.
Yeah, then I can't. I can do it as a clip, but then I can't load it in Roll20. You're at Area 3. You're trying to get to the tip of the Millennium Falcon's prongs there. So, depending on traffic, could be an hour, but it's a few miles.
So a few hours?
I said a few miles, so somewhere in the neighborhood of half an hour, maybe an hour if traffic's bad.
Okay.
Can I make a roll to figure out why we have been deployed here, or rather, what reason that we would need the sheer length of time we currently have to be deployed now versus later?
Well, again, she just said, that you need to be ready for when she arrived at dawn. So,
okay, because there seemed to be an implication that we should leave now.
there was an the implication to leave now was under the assumption you were walking. Because you needed to get there before they did. The entire point was you need to get there before they did and have enough time to do what you need to do.
Okay.
So because you have saved yourself, again, about, 30 miles of travel by teleporting.
No.
Which is roughly... you've saved yourself roughly 8 hours of travel.
Then let's just go ahead and rest.
Yeah.
Because if you're moving at a fast pace, that would be about 8 hours. So if you take the long rest...
I'll
taking the long rest will be 8 hours, and,
I just want to make sure that by taking a rest, I want to make sure that I am correct in that if we take a long rest, we will not be exceeding our time.
You will be cutting it close.
We will have roughly a 3 to 4 hour window.
That's it, because in theory they are going to arrive somewhere in the 5 to 6 in the morning range.
Okay.
So
They are roughly, depending on hazards they run into on their end, based on the D&D how long it takes to travel this many miles chart, they are in theory somewhere between 8 to 10 hours behind you.
Okay.
Depending on any hazards they have to deal with on their end.
Again, I feel like you have to be really specific because I feel like there's information that is either assumed we know or because we're not asking very specific questions that we have not been informed. So I'm just trying to make certain that we have at least the right idea going on here. Okay. Okay. I am trusting Tibbs's estimation.
That's why I said you're going to be cutting it close, because they are 8 to 10 hours depending on what they run into on their end. Like, they have to figure out how to recross the river, because you ended up on the other side of the river. That could potentially cost them some time. Difficult terrain could affect them.
She should ask me to help with that.
She doesn't need your help.
Today's going on the fact that she said at dawn, which means that it must have been 6 o'clock right now. 8 hours from 6 o'clock?
No, it's like 7:30. It's like 7:30 now, not 6.
Okay, even then, so that was still at 3. Meaning that at dawn, she said that they would start fighting at dawn, or that they would start at dawn.
Which would be roughly 5, 6 o'clock at this point.
Okay.
So like 5, 6 a.m.
Okay, so that means that even at 3 o'clock, even if we're at 3 o'clock, that would give us 2 hours at least.
I'd say 8 hours puts you at roughly 3:30 in the morning. So assuming that it takes, worst case scenario, assuming it takes you an hour to get to the gate, that would be 4:30. So you would have somewhere between half an hour to an hour and a half. You're not sure. You're not exactly sure beyond that.
Which is enough time to take down the people at the gate.
Maybe, maybe not. Since you don't know, what the Inquisitors have put in there, it could take longer, it could not. It's all guesswork.
Well, all I know is that we must say Kodo's no good to us on that.
I'm not disputing that. I'm just giving you the timetable. I say he could take a short rest to get his mana back too, as far as that goes.
Yeah, but he also needs his the man has a ridiculous amount of mana. And using his hit dice and mana potions will still
reduce.
And that assumes you guys don't come up with some kind of time hack.
We can go for a long time. He's a time age. There's nothing but time.
Like I said.
Again, I'm putting faith in your estimations. I will open up a portal to the mansion so we're not discovered when we're sleeping.
Okay. Time will advance 8 hours.
There we go. That wouldn't work. Just hear your name. Okay.
8 hours would be again roughly 3:30 in the morning when you guys emerge. Let's see. You guys are trying. How are you trying to get to the gatehouse? And are you going straight to the gatehouse, or are you going to try and make contact with Mud first?
Well, from what he said, Mud isn't going to be able to do crap for us.
He said Mud, might be able to get you inside, but Mud would be on shift at this point because Mud, was at the bar till midnight, and since you guys decided to sleep, so yeah, never mind. Mud's not an option. So yes, how are you trying to? Are you like main streeting this, back streeting this? How are you intending to try and get there?
I'm going to shift into Fem Kodo since that's not a form that I'd really use here all that much. I figure Kid Kodo has been seen a decent amount at this point. Just as a form of disguise.
Okay.
Ships is a known quantity to the Inquisitors.
Hmm.
You said what?
That you're a known quantity to the Inquisitorum.
That's what I'm about to transform into a fruit fly.
Hmm. What are you doing, polymorph?
Shape change.
Ah. Shape change does do fruit fly? I don't actually. That's a stupid question. Of course, it is dragons. Of course, it does fucking fruit flies.
No, true polymorph of dragons. Shape change, I know, is different.
Shape change is different.
Yeah, shape change, concentration, transform into a different creature for the duration. New form can be of any creature with a challenge rating equal to your level of
Oh, okay.
I thought they're running into it. So long as it's not a fly from One Punch Man, that should be done.
Okay, and you keep your mental. The important part is you keep your mental scores so you don't become an idiot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh. And we all know how Kenshi's going to go.
However, you lose your spellcasting abilities. No, you do retain benefits from your class. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and also I don't gain if the creature I turn into has spellcasting abilities, I don't gain.
Okay. Now you have answered how you were disguising yourselves. You have not answered how you intend to get there.
I do have a question showing how we intend to get there. If we use the back alleys, I presume then we're going to get advantage of stealth.
You will get advantage to the stealth roll, but it will affect the DC for navigation to see how quickly you get there.
Okay, because my thought was that if we get advantage of stealth by using the back roads, we can move at full speed, thus getting disadvantage, therefore rolling flat and have it not affect our...
It won't affect your stealth, but it might affect your speed.
Even if we're moving at full speed.
This is a skill challenge type scenario, not a how fast can you move type scenario.
Okay.
So it's
would we be aware of what the skill challenge would be?
You would not be. I can tell you what skills will be involved, because the skills involved will be the same regardless of what you're doing. The difficulty is affected by the route you're choosing to take.
Well, my question isn't the difficulty. My question is, would it be aware of the kind of obstacles we may encounter, and therefore know what kind of skills it would do?
Well, that is determined by the type of route you pick. Like, say, if you're taking the main roads, there's not going to be much in the way of skill difficulties. If you're taking the back alleyways, it's again, more of a navigation challenge. If you're doing something like back alleyways and fire escapes and rooftops, then there might be some acrobatics or something thrown in there. It's all just what you roll is determined by how you're telling me you're trying to navigate and get there.
Well, we've used many back roads during the course of the Corvus adventure.
Yes.
So I would presume that we should go what we're familiar with and use the back roads.
You have not gone to this specific location, but yes, you have navigated Corvus a lot by the back roads. So if you were doing just straight back roads and not throwing in creative shortcuts, i.e. trying to throw a little bit of parkour stuff in there to navigate, past certain obstacles like dead-end alleys and that kind of stuff, then it would be just a purely navigation and stealth. If you were trying to get creative with how you're navigating it, you tell me how you're getting creative, and that'll determine what additional skills are added.
Well, you mentioned speed itself is not a factor.
Speed itself is determined by the route you take and how well you roll in the survival.
I get that. That's why I said speed is not a factor.
Your character movement speed is not a factor.
Not a factor.
Yes.
Right. Therefore, me saying that I can short port doesn't factor into this.
If you want to include short porting in the skill challenge, I will add a skill roll for that, and it will affect the navigation DC to see how long it takes you to get there.
Okay.
Provided the short porting in some way can also affect the others. Because, I mean, if you short port quick and get there quickly, but everybody else is still behind you.
Well, no, the short porting wouldn't affect everyone. It would just affect me.
That's like, this is a group skill challenge.
Okay. Actually, I wasn't aware it was a group skill challenge.
Skill challenges are usually a group thing. That's why I didn't specify group. You don't normally have an individual skill challenge.
I mean, I thought you guys individually rolled things, so I didn't realize you were.
Well, there's individually rolling skills, and then there's a skill challenge. Usually, anytime I've seen a skill challenge, it's been a group affair. No, don't roll anything yet. Like I said, I'm asking how are you choosing, what route are you choosing to get there, and how are you navigating?
Yeah, I don't know how we do it. Our physical speed means nothing.
Yeah, I was like, are you trying to? Let's start with the obvious. Are you trying to be stealthy? You guys are going in disguise, so that implies you're trying to be stealthy.
Well, I'd argue that disguise is.
Well, this is a multi-tier question. It's like you guys are going in disguise. This is why it implies you're trying to be stealthy. Are you actually trying to be stealthy? Are we?
I'm being as stealthy as I can be. Yes.
Let's reason this way.
Are you actually trying to sneak, or are you just relying on your disguise?
I'm being stealthy. Yes.
Okay, so there will be a stealth. Do not roll it yet, but there will be a stealth roll.
Okay.
Are you taking the main roads, or are you taking the more windy but more evasive back roads? By the fact that you are rolling stealth, or telling me you're being stealthy, this implies that you are trying to take the back roads where you're less likely to be seen.
Mostly humanoids. Mostly not assuming you back roads.
Yeah, my thought is that because we're familiar with the back roads of Corvus in a general sense, that we could continue taking the back roads.
Okay. That tells me that there will be what the navigation DC will be. Are you guys sticking to the road as laid out, or are you trying to get creative and make your own route, like kind of a Mirror's Edge parkour Jackie Chan type thing, where it's like, yeah, I see there's a fence there, but fuck the fence.
If athletics are involved, then
athletics
yes.
or acrobatics, depending on how you're telling me you want to do handle the terrain.
I don't know. I've said jump before, and there's been acrobatics checks called versus athletics, so I'm hesitant to say that.
Are you going to be, again, like, jumping fences, navigating beams, that kind of thing? Are you, creating your own route? How you create the route will determine which skill it is, but are you sticking to the roads as printed, or are you inventing your own route? It is implied that since you were talking about short porting, that you're making your own route.
But that again, that becomes irrelevant because I can't short port the group. I can short port myself.
No, but it'll determine what skill I have you roll in the skill challenge. Because I'm going to be asking for, at this point, it looks like 3 skill rolls from each player. If you're going to be doing teleporting, then it would be a magic-based skill roll as opposed to, say, Kenshi, who's going to be parkouring and therefore would be acrobatics.
Okay, I had thought that in a group check, everyone had to group check the same skill to get the successes. These are the skills that are being called for. Total number of successes determines what happens. Okay.
Because I know that different characters navigate differently. Like Tibbs is flying, presumably as a fruit fly.
That's true.
So he's probably going to be, dealing with flight-based challenges.
Yeah. Okay. So I was under the impression my short porting would mean nothing because I can't do it with the group.
No.
Okay.
For the purposes of determining how quickly you get there, it does nothing, but it determines what skill I ask you to roll.
Okay. I'll short port then.
Okay, so you're teleporting, Tibbs is flying, Kenshi is parkouring.
It's nighttime, and I can do solar.
Nice.
Okay, so everybody is going to need to make a stealth roll, a survival roll for navigation, Kodo is going to need to make a caster check for the short porting. Let's see, there's not going to be much in the way of terrain obstacles as for a fruit fly. So I'm going to go with athletics for endurance on Tibbs. But remember, you use the fruit fly's strength, athletics.
Okay. Found that.
As I recall, if you're proficient, you get to keep your proficiency, but you are going to be using its strength instead of yours.
Okay. That works.
Clarification question. When you say caster check, are you assuming proficiency?
You are proficient, yes.
Okay, because when I hear caster check, I just think roll plus the stat of the...
No.
Okay.
A caster check is...
So I'm
if you're making a caster check, it assumes you're proficient.
Okay.
Because you are proficient in your own spellcasting.
Okay.
So you said nature.
No. I said stealth, survival, and then in your case, athletics. Using the fly's strength code instead of yours.
Okay, that's so.
Stealth.
It's not like it's much better. Actually, never mind. I had the exact same strength. So never mind.
I do want to apologize a bit for my aggressiveness. It's just I'm feeling, given the very recent events in this scenario, that the role of in terms of information is like the scenario itself being a little bit obstructive.
It's being obstructive because it's not designed to handle what you guys can throw at it.
Well, the attractiveness to me comes from the idea of it's like, is NBC actually trying to be helpful?
No.
And to me, that's what doesn't make sense to me, because it's like, hey guys, I know you're trying to save my city, and I've worked with me on multiple occasions, even if it is for convenience, but you're still actively trying to help me. Perhaps I should actually try to help you, even though I'm letting you go as far as to use some of my intelligence resources. And that's kind of the disconnect for me. I'm like, wait, are you trying to sabotage our attempts to save your city?
It's not so much that they're trying to sabotage you, so more so that they're just keeping things really close to the vest. Because everybody in this thing is a KG as fuck, except for Father Dumas. Which is funny, considering Father Dumas' picture makes him look KG as fuck, too.
You mentioned the scenario makes everyone look KG as fuck.
Okay. I know this might be a stretch, but considering that I have free spirit, and I must say, considering I have free spirit, and that kind of loosens the grip of gravity on my body, can I get like an advantage on athletics? Or the endurance I have to pull?
I'd say if free spirit doesn't help your endurance, especially as a fruit fly, who's already flying. It's negating gravity on itself anyway. This is again the fact that you're trying to cover many miles in the body of a creature that you know is not designed to make it to the other end of your house.
That's it. I should. You know what? Where's the spell?
So he's got stuff points that he can throw at this.
You know what? It's just. Fuck, I can't do it because. Fuck, I've got concentration. Alright, can't do it. Alright, fuck it. Push come to shove, I'm trying. No, so I'm sticking with the group. If I suck at this, I'll slow down. If I slow down, I just land on. Might just try to handle finish.
Oh man. Oh, that caster check, man. My +6.
Oh damn.
It's not serving me. Damn. Okay. We will. We'll see how that goes.
I will take the 25.
Really? I thought you'd take the 25.
For the green 25, the red 25. And that's actually better for athletics than I thought it would be.
I'm disappointed in myself.
Okay.
And for my survival, though. My survival's balls. I completely get that.
None of you were spotted, so that's good.
Yeah, that's good. I wasn't quite sure. That's good.
This motherfucker over here is goddamn acrobatics.
I know, right?
Expertise, motherfucker. Pace-wise, Kenshi has definitely outpaced you guys. Okay. So, I assume you marked off your mana for your short porting.
No, I got the Eldritch Blink set thing.
Oh, okay, you're doing it that way. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. For repeated blinking and or pushing y'all's asses, again, way beyond what a fly's body is designed to handle, the two of you will take 1 exhaustion.
Yes! I mean, it sucks, but yes! Opportunities for exhaustion seems to rarely ever pop up.
Yeah, I'm trying to get better about that. Okay, on the survival checks... Okay, that is 2 success, 1 fail. So, you guys will get there... Yep. One of these days I'll actually open it right side. You guys will get there roughly 4:15. So it took you about 45 minutes.
Okay.
Some of that was waiting for Kodo, to show back up in line of sight. Some of that was waiting for Tibbs to show back up in line of sight. Because in theory, you're, despite taking slightly different routes, you're trying to stay somewhat together. So in some cases, Kodo held you up because he didn't get a teleport, the land where he thought it was going to, due to not knowing what was on the other side. Sometimes it was just Fruit Fly giving out, going, or having to dodge somebody swatting at him or whatever.
I was going to think that would be bad, and he's like, yeah, probably go well.
But anything I'm supposed to read for this, or okay, that's for the office. Doesn't look like there's anything to read for the guardhouse. Okay. So eventually, and again, it's about 4:15 at this point. You guys have made it to the guardhouse.
I can finally mark off my hero point.
You are standing out front, where you can make out 4 guards standing in front of the entrance to the guardhouse proper. And I don't know if you can see anything else from that position, but where are you stopping in relation to the guardhouse? Are you like across the street, rooftop, right next to it where I have your tokens placed? What's the idea here? Where are you wanting to rendezvous?
I don't want to necessarily, for your sake, I don't want to do a repeat of that castle all the way back in Book 1, Act 2. So we probably should reconvene where we are on the map here, quote-unquote, in front.
Well, again, that's why it says, you want to be at a rooftop across the, you want to be across the street, you want to be a rooftop where you can see what it, what are you thinking? I mean, if you want to teleport trick here, you can. I got a lot more walls to play with here. It's not a big open area.
Are people, so the only people visible are the people outside?
Again, that's who is visible is determined by where you meet up. That's why I'm asking, where are you guys rendezvousing in relation to the guardhouse?
Personally, I prefer staying like a nearby rooftop, so that we can actually survey what's above possible.
Okay, so you'll meet on a rooftop, a little bit way down the street, but effectively across the street, like a couple buildings down. If you have a spyglass, you can use the spyglass to survey the area, or you can just do it with your naked eyeballs. That's up to you guys. So you will reconvene on this nearby rooftop. From the nearby rooftop, you can make out 4 guards standing outside the building, in addition to 1 of the Republic's Clockwork Knight mecha.
Is it like the full-size one?
This is the again, like the 15-20 foot, dude inside driving it, Escaflowne type thing.
Oh.
So yes, the full-size mech, not the one Kriv wears.
Right, that was my question.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, you got one Clockwork, Knight mecha, and then 4 guards standing outside. There are no windows facing into the street that you can see.
Is anyone on the battlements?
From your current position, do you have a spyglass or anything?
I don't have a spyglass on me. I don't know if anyone else
So from your
does.
current position, perception at disadvantage. Okay, with that, you can make out movement from the torches, so you're inclined to say there are probably people up there, but you can't see them. Do you have an idea?
When you move the torches, you mean as if someone's holding a torch and they're pacing?
No, as in if there's you guys have seen that battle. It's like there's torches mounted on the walls, and you can see shadows moving.
Well, also that people can't actually hold torches.
Yeah.
So, especially if they're, say, archers that want to light something.
But in this case, based on what you rolled, you're not entirely sure whether it's a guy holding a torch or whether it's a like a bracketed thing.
I guess that answers a question that I failed to ask the first time, which would be irrelevant now because it would not make this a question. Walls don't necessarily have crenellations on the inside as well.
Yeah.
Because, offenses come from the outside. Meaning if they were clear, we would be able to clearly see shit, but that's not the case with this design.
Give me a second to double check my map because I actually.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's like I'm not doing the rule in the real world. I'm not doing that. I'm just like, okay. Well, since you said that, clearly it's designed like this.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can see what might be shadows moving across the light sources, but you're not seeing people.
And
probably also because the walls are taller than the building they're on. Let's be honest.
okay, yeah.
Because walls tend to be bigger than that.
No, I get that.
Yeah.
But if Crenels were on this side, it's just a matter of I can still see people.
No.
But yeah.
That is a thick fucking wall.
Oh, see the swamp. You know those spells that say except through yada yada feet, but everything is designed so that it doesn't even matter with the possible
due to the
exception
scaling of this
walls.
map, assuming this is accurate. The wall is 50 feet thick.
What are you trying to fucking Okay, me.
Well, it might just be this part of the wall because they have since they have stuff in there. Because the map, but the map says the city wall goes down. Yeah, that's a 50-foot wall.
Oh fuck. Okay. Okay, how do we want to tackle this?
That is no, I'm sorry. Actually, using the measuring tool, it's 45. I'm sorry. But still, that is a lot of wall.
Oh shit. Oh fuck.
What?
Are the floor tiles made out of the material? Because the entire wall is constructed with the material alloy, as I understand it.
As you understood it, yes. From your day, at least in your day, it was the wall was stone.
That's what it was paint. That's right.
It was either painted or layered on or something.
Okay, so the interior walkways wouldn't necessarily...
It's probably not.
Okay.
No.
Sorry, that just hit me as a concern.
No, they don't have that much dimeridium. It's like they in theory plated it with.
Okay.
They reinforced it with.
I suppose I could seduce the guards. Well, okay then. Okay. I could do that too. Well, from what Hellstrom said, if there's any kind of issues, there's going to be a flare set.
Yeah, they will attempt to send up a flare. If you can prevent them from doing so, great. But that is your main concern, is that the guards will send up a flare, alerting all of China that you're here.
Given from what we know of Corvus, do we know what form this flare would take? Sorry, my assumption was either a flaming arrow or literally a flare gun.
It is, for the way he described it, is a flare gun using elven powder. It's a flare round.
Which is still fire.
Potentially magical fire, but...
Oh shit, I can't do that, the magical fire.
Because it would not be implausible for them to have magically or alchemically enhanced the round so it, burns brighter or can be seen better or something.
Yeah, but no, but it's magical fire, I can't fuck with it. I was thinking I could just snuff it.
It might be magical fire, it might not be. You don't know.
But we can't risk that.
Yeah. Could be psychic fire.
What kind of bullshit is that?
Mind fire!
Okay, well that means that we have to get in completely under stealth. We can likely assume that there'll be an Inquisitus there that has true sight. That's what I would do if I was deploying the Inquisitus. The Inquisitorum. It looks like there's the two guards there, which means we can't exactly snag them. Unless we cast silence. We could operate under silence.
Okay.
That would impede our ability to spellcast.
Oh,
yeah, cast a spell you want to cast before I cast it.
Oh, it would impede your ability to spellcast.
I mean, I can always just cast it and drop it. It's not like it's a high level spell, so it's not going to be that much of a hassle for me.
And any ability to go through the walls would be prevented by the material.
In theory, that's what it's there for, yeah.
We would need to distract them. But how to distract the Magitech suit is going to be an issue.
How many guards are we trying to take in?
There's 4 guards in front of the building, and then 1 guy inside of a mech suit. So, total of 5.
Okay.
Now
we're trying to figure out a way to take all of them down.
And those are just the ones outside the door. Those are just the ones outside the door.
Well, the thing I am thinking of is if there was any active fighting, the sounds of fighting would not exactly be silent. Therefore, a flare would be silent. Unless David is overthinking the...
It depends on how quiet your fighting is.
Clang is pretty loud.
Can be, yes.
So, okay.
Well, what would there be?
So we have to ideally sneak past these initial guys.
Yes. Now the question is there what do you think would entice them to leave their posts?
Hostess fruit pies.
Well, that's not fair. That's everyone's trip point.
Tell you what, looking at the time, why don't I call it here? Give you guys a couple weeks to brainstorm some ideas. Maybe kick them around in chat so Eric can participate. Maybe even Cortana, though unlikely.
Okay, because okay, I mean, sure. I'm so cool with going on. But
well, okay, I know. I'm just this is somewhere this is in the window I'm normally knocking off anyway.
Okay.
And since this is potentially it's small, but it's a mini dungeon, so this could take a little bit depending on how you guys handle it.
Okay, good. I can speak without speaking like I'm an ass.
Thank God.
So, my thought was using like some illusion spell, as illusion is meant to do, to create something that would be enough to persuade the guards to give chase to the illusionary thing. Because these guys aren't your typical guardsmen, I can't just have a hooligan run about. Because I don't think hooligan would work against gate guards. They'd be like, oh well, that's some small fry shit. Because it can't be an offensive. If it's an offensive, then they're gonna do shit. And with the way the world's been portrayed, I can't convince them that there's a hunting going on. As one would typically do. Again, the defense is rather good, which is why I'm thinking if we can't persuade them to leave via deception, then I would think a silence spell and beating them the fuck up would work. Because I know it's all like it depends on how you fight, but no, because there is going to be people going yeah, which is not exactly silent. And whatever sound the automaton makes when it unleashes weapons. I mean, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, safely assuming that any kind of combat is going to be loud enough to echo along the walls, perhaps be heard on the inside, be heard from the battlements.
Potentially, yes. Depends on obviously their perception. That said,
well, if we stab them, they're not going to need the perception.
That said, I will point out, because your character is smart enough to know this, silence is a radius centered on a point that you choose within range. So depending on where you put it, because it does not have a caveat for this when other spells do, that depending on where you put it, it could affect people inside the building and raise the alarm that way.
I would have thought the anti-magic material. Because my presumption is that because the wall is coated in the materium, that it would block that because that's what it's meant to do.
It is meant to affect magic, but remember, if you look at the rules for Dimeritium, it's not perfect. You can still potentially cast with Dimeritium on it, just makes it harder.
Well, yeah, but
so in the case of putting it on the walls, what it is in theory doing is granting a degree of magical resistance.
Yeah, because I presume that the walls are effectively magic absorbing.
Well, not again magic resistant.
Which means that which potentially, because silence is such a low level spell, it may or may not actually completely penetrate through things. Might seem a little muffled.
I'd say it might penetrate, it might not, because again, the Dimeritium is not perfect. It just grants, it creates a resistance where there would not normally be one.
Yeah.
Meaning, like, say, if you try to phase through the material, it'll put up more of a fight than it would under normal conditions.
Right.
Yeah.
But it doesn't necessarily prevent you from doing it. So in the case of the silence spell, it means that there's a chance it might not penetrate, but there's also a chance it will, in which case, if there is somebody on the other side of the wall within the radius, they might wonder why suddenly they can't make any why suddenly all noise died.
Well, then it sounds like then...
I'm just saying this is a variable that the character would be aware to consider.
Well, because it sounds like then, and here's where some of my figuring out issues have happened. At times it sounds like things are powerful to the point of absolute, which is not necessarily unreasonable because, like any magic, it's pretty absolute. And whenever I seem to ask questions about like how, for instance, the material will interact with stuff, it's either vague or it just won't.
Well, see, that's the problem, especially with something like Demiridium, where it is very situational. Again, you can look at the rules for it. It is very, even in the rules that I printed in your little handout section, it is very situational.
Yeah, because it sounds like I'm trying to plan a play without knowing all the rules.
Which in this case, because again, it is a variable, there's no way you can know how effective or ineffective it's going to be.
No, but I would think with my experience, I would be able to know on average it acts a certain way.
Well, see, that's the problem with Demiridium. Again, if you look at the rules, it doesn't have an on average. It has a range of effects based on how you roll.
Well, if it's touching you, but I'm not talking about it touching you, I'm talking about
no, but that's a property of the material. So used in this instance, it depends on how much, again, it will be an affecting factor. How it affects the situation is determined by how you use it and how things are rolled. There are dice in play that I can't fully quantify without defeating the purpose of having it be an unknown variable.
See, because looking at this, it only talks about interaction with a person, not interaction with spell effects.
Right. I am not disputing that. I'm just citing that as if you look at that particular instance of the material, you can see it has a wide range of variable effects, and in general, as evidenced by that chart, it has a wide range of variable effects determined by how dice play out. Which is my point: is that there will be dice involved.
If you are near it and it touches you, which is different from if an effect tries to pass through it.
I understand that. That's why I'm saying that the effect will be determined by what dice are rolled, which will be determined by what you're trying to do, which is what I've been trying to say. Which is why I said there is a chance that it could go through the wall and affect the people on the other side. It is granting the wall a magical resistance, not an immunity. As in, it might have an effect, it might not. Which is why I'm saying this is a variable the character would be aware of, that there is a chance that the Dimeridium coating on the wall could affect things.
No, I get that. I get you were saying that, but you're also saying reference the handout.
Reference the handout for the sense that it has variable effects, was all I was saying.
Right. And my question was coming from the standpoint of, I understand there's variable effects if you touch it, or if you're near it, but that doesn't necessarily mean there's a variable effect if it
As I have said several times before, both this session and another session, the material has a wide range of random variable range of effectiveness. It's just a property of the material. That random range of effectiveness is determined by the fact that it creates dice rolls where there may not have been dice rolls before.
It sounds so unpredictable. Why would...
Because a chance of magical resistance is better than no magical resistance at all. That is why it is there. To discourage people from trying to phase through the wall by creating a resistance, and to discourage people from trying to do other magical shit to their wall by creating a form of resistance. What form that resistance takes is determined by what you're trying to do.
Okay, so again, it's beyond something like damage resistance, all magic.
Right. Like, for example.
Well, it's variable, so...
Yeah, well, I'm just hypothetical. Like, for example, a lot of creatures' magical resistance is represented by giving them advantage. If you are trying to do say, for example, they had a window or an open door or something, you chucked a fireball in there, the people on the other side of the wall, on the other side of the Dimeridium wall, would probably get advantage to their save, because the Dimeridium is absorbing or deflecting some of the blast. Because in that instance, the effect would be it's granting them advantage. I determine what the effect is by what spell you're trying to do. If it's a spell if it's something where I can't give them advantage, or advantage doesn't make sense, then I have to come up with something else.
Well, it sounds like it's something that based on what you're saying, we cannot possibly predict. It's not a matter of it has a lot of effects that I as the GM don't know because I have to decide at the time.
If you tell me what you're trying to do, depending on the character. Like Kodo knows enough about this stuff that I could probably tell him that, I could probably explain to him the fireball example of if there are people in there, they probably have advantage.
Yeah.
Again, that's why I said, like, it depends on what you're trying to do, determines what the effect is, and then I can make you roll. I can tell you what to roll to figure out what the effect would be.
Okay, that's at least something.
Yeah.
That's at least something. So it's not truly random. Okay.
Yeah.
It's random to people who haven't lived long enough to see all the effects.
Because my
Like in the case of your silence example, I'm not sure what role I would be, but again, since I ended the session already, I have time to think on that. But there would probably be some kind of roll involved to see if it penetrates the wall, maybe a percentile.
Okay, it's like my thought is just it wouldn't be able to penetrate the wall.
No, because again, it's a resistance; it's not a guarantee.
Yeah. Because I have been operating under the assumption, based on how nebulous things are being, is that the wall is effectively immune to magic.
They want you to believe that, but
and we're also going to have the thing that any caster, us getting near that will affect our spell casting. Yeah, there's a proximity.
Yeah, then yes,
to it.
That is potentially a hazard that everybody will have to deal with.
That being said, they should be subject to the same restrictions.
Yeah. The presence of modifier, it lessens your spellcasting modifier by 1 for every unit within 15 feet. So yeah.
So affect all the DCs.
And when you touch it, your magic modifier becomes 0.
And you have to roll against it.
Okay, so touching physical contact negates spellcasting. If you're trying to throw a spell through it, the spell is potentially less effective. To possibly being negated, like cantrips may or may not be able to get through, but that's cantrips then.
Yeah, they're level 0 shit.
Yeah. But the purpose of coating the wall was to grant some form of resistance to the defenders.
Yeah, because it's like I kind of figured it was safer just to assume that magic just wouldn't do shit.
That is a fair assumption, yeah, and it is an assumption the character is capable of making. Whether it's true or not, again, there's dice at play.
And the thing is, with what we're presented to be doing, we're essentially in one of those Metal Gear missions where if you get spotted, it's a game over. Essentially,
not entirely.
The instant someone goes attack, it will echo through the walls, unless this material doesn't allow acoustics.
I can neither confirm or deny until you get inside and see how things look.
We've been in through one of these gatehouses, though.
No, you've been through the gate, not the guardhouse.
Okay. Fair. Again, that's my thing. It's like it seems to be very much, if you're spotted and someone gets a word out, that that we're not playing by movie cinematics here. I'm under the impression we are not playing by movie cinematics. If we are, please correct me.
I can neither confirm or deny. Because that affects how you plan, how you plan to handle this.
Well, yeah, but there's also if we're okay, okay.
I will remind you, this adventure is designed for a party of level 6 or 7 people. So anything you are expected to overcome in terms of way things are designed to roll out, not necessarily what I put in here, but the way things are designed to roll out, is supposed to be something that a group of that level can handle. Some
people of that level, provided we're dealing with a typical party, would probably try a light distraction and an attack.
Possibly, possibly not.
Okay.
It is not an impossible setup. That's all I can tell you.
And let me ask this. What certainties do we know about the situation?
There's 4 guards and a mecha outside. And that if the alarm is raised, they will fire a flare gun and all of China will know you're here. Also, there's cannons.
What direction are they facing?
Outside.
That was my assumption, but again, with how things have been presented to me, it appears that if I make any assumption at all, I look rather foolish.
Well, that's not even an assumption. You were told that they will just blast the army on approach. That would tell you they're facing outside.
That's what that would tell me, yes. But I've also been told numerous times that things aren't necessarily what things are. So,
no, you've been told numerous times things aren't what you think they are, but
right.
then we know your brain works differently from the rest of us sometimes.
So, are the cannons on the battlements or interior of the wall? From what you said earlier, it sounds like they're on the interior of the wall.
Both. They have 2 levels of cannons.
So they can flip them around and point them this way.
The ones at the top of the battlement probably could be turned to fire into the city with indirect fire.
If they're regular well, okay. When you say cannon, I presume they're on wheels, and they're a cannon barrel on the thing.
Shipboard cannons are on wheels. Artillery cannons generally are for mounted defenses are fixed. I can't tell you what you're dealing with here until you get inside and look at them.
And of course, Hellstrom didn't know when I was asking about the cannons.
No, it's a matter of that. What type they were was not relevant to the questions you were asking. Whether they can roll or fix is not relevant to the fact that they need to be disabled. It's really not.
We've been in Corvus. What kind of cannons do they use?
You haven't been on the walls to see.
Have we not seen... Okay.
The only cannons you've seen are on ships, which are the rolly kind. You haven't done anything interactive with the city defenses. As far as I know, the only cannons you've ever interacted with were on ships. You've interacted with the gates.
So, the integrated wall defenses of Corvus is not... It's not public knowledge if we expand public knowledge to include things like contractors and craftsmen.
The public knowledge is they have cannons. Because the public doesn't need to know what type they are. And it's not like they give public tours.
Well, no, but the people live in the city. Guardsmen go about after their shifts.
Yeah, and if they have something to say, they probably would just say, they're at the bars, yeah, we tested the cannon today.
I mean, we know the millimeter of naval cannons that we use. That's not exactly a secret.
No, but it's something you have to go look into.
Very minorly.
That's because we have the internet. Before the internet, you had to look at go buy books on the subject.
Well, no, I get that. But I'm like, I wouldn't think a little bit of digging couldn't uncover what kind of cannons these are. Just because guardsmen that are off duty exist.
If you want to take the time to go do a gather information check to find out what type of cannons they are, yeah, you probably could do that.
Ultimately, you could dismount it and remove it in an emergency situation very quickly.
Either way, yeah.
My question would be...
mainly what you're wanting to know is the type of mounting. And the type of mounting... Because one cannon can be mounted 3 different ways.
Well, yeah, and I would assume that they would have an arc minimum, like archers were before the... I forget what they were called.
It's probably safe to presume that they have some kind of arc ability.
Well, no, what I mean is, we should be within their minimum range as opposed to the wall.
Oh yeah, you're definitely within their minimum range.
Okay, so the cannons are no threat.
Well, you're inside the wall. The cannons are in theory no threat to you anyway, because the cannons are in theory pointing outside.
Right, but I mean, if they were to shift them, they would still be no threat, because they cannot point directly down.
They cannot point directly down, but depending on where they are mounted on this 45-foot wall, they're not pointing directly down anyway.
Well, no, but I mean, the up-down arc, you can't...
If you angle a cannon a good chunk of the way up, it can't point directly up, no. But depending on, again, given the size of this wall, depending on where the cannon is mounted at the top of that wall, because you don't know, they might be able to rain indirect fire down in front of the guardhouse somewhere.
Are we at a curve of the wall? Is this just a flat wall? We can visually see this.
The wall curves around the city.
Yes, but let me freaking.
Okay.
Where's that shit? Where was that map?
Again, you were at the tip of the Millennium Falcon prong on that map.
Okay, so then it curves up. Okay, so yeah, from over here they could do that, but not directly from here. But in order for them to do that over there, they have to know we're here, meaning that the flare would have already probably been launched. Or it would have been enough of a ruckus for them to... Because if they notice us over here, it's the same damn thing.
Like I said, judging from the size of this wall, if they put the correct powder charge in, because powder charge affects range, among other things, they could potentially hit the street. I say potentially because, again, depends on where they are mounted on the wall, which you don't know because you're down on ground level.
No, I get that. Okay.
Because if it's aimed at a high angle, it'll have a high arc, which means it'll have a short range.
I mean, that's like they better have some good.
They don't have minimum range for these type of weapons. Rules as written, it can in theory fire at point blank range at disadvantage.
You know, a reason why I'm overthinking this is because reality has been applied at multiple points in this game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Presumably they don't have spy glasses.
This is why I said I'm calling it here, so you have 2 weeks to figure this out versus, just sitting here, chewing us all out till 4 in the morning.
Well, again, it really kind of feels like one of those things if it's like nothing of significance is known for certain.
Correct.
Which doesn't entirely make sense to me. Again, outside of self-sabotage. But doesn't entirely make... Okay, that's me. I'm being a bit hyperbolic with that.
You're being a bit hyperbolic because you don't like the fact that the NPC didn't volunteer information, was expecting you to ask specific questions, or at least things resembling specific questions, so he could feed you information. Because some, if not all of the things you wanted to know, were either covered by Hellstrom or could have been answered by... Mud could have answered a lot of this because Mud works inside. But because you took the long rest, you didn't get a chance to interact with Mud.
I get that.
Actually, Mud probably could have answered just about everything you're trying to ask.
Well, the walls are 45 feet thick. From what you're saying, they're at least as tall. They tower over the buildings.
They tower over most of the buildings. I mean, obviously there's some tall buildings that go over, but
I mean,
the guardhouse is 3 levels. So that tells me that the wall, allowing for the fact that they have those staircases, the wall is probably 40 to 50 feet. Now, of course, you guys don't know it's 3 levels. That was the accent letting that slip. But
well, it depends on how it's constructed.
Mm.
If there's an outcropping that
outcropping is only at the bottom.
Okay. Well, in which case then it is a slip because I was kind of presuming.
Yeah. No,
based on what I saw here,
that little lip is only there at the bottom.
Okay.
That is the guardhouse proper.
Okay. And
But the guardhouse is where you gain access to the battlements where the weapons are mounted.
Yeah. For the record, I'm not just frustrated with the idea of our alleged ally being tight-lipped.